Aluhu. Ashadala Hemolea Botelu, Yarama, Yeska Badiato, Atakwa those wish to make up for those one should make a long way. Shamu Bene Israel, Shabbat Lasso, Shabbat Leto Tabi Ola, Beni Bene Israel, Otilola, Kisha Shekim Masa Shadawa Shamaim, where to others Kulayum must be Shabbat Wayarash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Emineka, Baru Turateka, Baru Kurushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Olam Wahe, Baruch Shem Kabo Makokto Olam Wahe, Baruch Kabo Elohim Yikumov Lekayon, Aluhu Olam Wahe. So first of all, let's give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. The Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High is work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekam.
When God created the heaven and the earth and everything that was in it, when God created the first recorded man and the first recorded woman, it was created to give God his glory and his honor. And there's only one way to give God his glory and his honor, is by taking heed to the statutes, commandments, and his laws. There's no other way to give God his glory. There's no other way to give God his honor. One way. The only way to please this God is by reading the book. Because the book is what's going to show you and tell you what is pleasing in the eyes of God.
No other book.
There's no other book that shows you and tells you that. There's no other book that shows you and tells you what is acceptable by God. There's no other book that will show you and tell you what God hates and despises. There's no other book that's going to show you and tell you that. But the reason why we have a hard time accepting the standards, accepting the values, accepting the principles that God has set for man and woman to follow.
Right.
God set the standards and the principles and the values. God tells you if you have good principles or not. God tells you if you have good values or not. God tells you if you have good standards or not. God will show you if you're a good man or a good woman. And that, all that is already set up in the book when we read it. Now people go on and ask stupid and foolish questions. Who created God? Does God really exist? Is he a man or a woman? God is not a man, neither is he a woman. If you read the book tells you who and what God is. He said, declaration, and he declared himself that he said, I am the God of the spirit of all flesh, which means God is a spirit. And being that he is called God, he is able to appear and make himself visible. He is able to disappear. And now he ain't there no more. He's able to come down amongst a nation, and his glory was inside of a cloud, a thick cloud. He incinerates and things comes to life at his presence.
That's correct.
That's why the mountain skipped.
That's right. He created
When the
life.
children of Israel came before God at that mountain.
God created life. That's right.
He said, he is the Lord of the universe, not the universe. That's not the attribute of God. We don't refer to God as the universe.
No.
He said he is the Lord or the God of the universe. He said, who reigneth ere any creature yet was formed? Before there was beasts, before there was creeping things, before there was even human life. He said God was here. Before anything existed, God was here. Before reality existed, God was here. Time, God was here.
Make it plain and simple. Please.
God was here.
Twisted. That's right. Understand that.
He said in the beginning, I created the heavens and the earth. Huh? And the Spirit of God hovered and glided over the face of the waters. It was just darkness and waters. He's saying, God said, let there be light. There was no combustion when God said, let there be light. Because now you're taking away from the power of the spoken word from God. There was no combustion.
God said, let it be.
And light appeared.
It came into existence.
He said, at the time when all things was made by his desire, according to God's will, according to God's desire. He said, then was his name proclaimed King. You know what it means? Then was his name proclaimed King. Then the things that God created started calling out on God and proclaiming that God is King. He said, after all things shall have an end. When everybody dies. When there is no man and no woman on earth. When there is no children and no babies on earth. When there is no animals or creeping things on earth. When there is no birds and no fowls of the air to fly around. He said, when everything has an end, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. God will be here. You hear that, man? He said, when everything has an end, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. You want to play with something like that, man? When we play around with God, the thing is a joke. Make your mind up what God you want to serve. That's it. Make your cotton picking mind up and stop riding the fence. Make your mind up what God you want to serve. You want to go back to your fathers? Like Joshua asked the people?
Yeah.
You want to go back to your gods and your people? Go on back. You want to go and go into the church and follow JC? Go there. Or maybe you want to go into the mosque. Maybe you want to follow African culture because you think you are African. But those African ways was what the reason why God dispersed us and pushed us away, because we took on Hamitic customs. Hamitic, abominable customs that God hates. We took on all these things, and God pushed us away. Just like now. We took on all these things, and God pushed us away. Why are we like coupling and mixing the ways of God with this westernized thinking? When are we going to learn that you can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality? When are we going to learn that? When are we going to learn that in order to serve this God, I have to relinquish this type of mentality? I have to get rid of these ways and seek the ancient path. And you only one spot where you're going to find the ancient path, an ancient path that was accepted by God. But in order to accept this ancient path, you got to accept God to be God. You haven't accepted the Creator to be your God. So you pick and choose. So you waver. So you fluctuate. So you up and down, and you fluctuate in your opinions and your thoughts and your ideas. He said, after all things shall have an end, he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign. Who was, who is, and who will be in glory. That's high what? Philosophy. Huh? Who was, who is? You know what that means? Are we really realizing what who was and who is? That's past, present, and future. That's everything. Yo, man. Yo, man. Yo, man. That's why I stay to myself. That's why I stay to myself. And I walk alone. I said, I walk alone.
Me too.
You know why I walk alone when I stay to myself? Because I have gotten a certain and acquired a certain thinking pattern that if you're not for God, you got to get up and get away from me.
Yeah, brothers and all. Me too, nigga.
Stay away from me, man.
Me too, nigga. Straight heathen. Me too.
He said, he is. I said, and he is one. And he is one.
There's only one. Straight up. I don't agree with
There's no two.
No two, no
There's no 3 in 1.
Trinity.
There's no 2. There's no 360 gods. And that's what these African bugged out people had. They had gods for many things. Oh, this is the God of prayer. This is the God of war. This is the God of peace. This is the God of this one. This is the God of love. This is the God of where I can make money with. And they had gods for everything. But not the nation of Israel. He said, and he is one. One God. And when we're serving this God, there is a way that is required by God to serve him. You can't serve God on your own mind thinking that you're doing right. It doesn't correlate with what the book said. It doesn't correlate with what you read. It doesn't correlate with what God says, man. Yo, man, when are we gonna wake up and stop playing? When? Why do we continue? Why is this just a feeling for people at a certain time? That's all it is a feeling. And when the feeling is gone, gone, you back to your stupidity, man. It's got to be 24/7. I got to feel this way 24/7. And this is why God said, read. Read. So that you could change your mentality The way you think stinks before God. Your mentality and the way you think stinks before God. And guess what? I hate it too. I hate the way you think. You know why? Because your thinking pattern is corrupt, and it doesn't correlate with the thinking pattern of God.
Facts. So you can stay away from me, Johnny.
I hate your mannerism.
Yeah, me too.
Because your mannerism does not correlate with the mannerism that God has said.
That's a fact. You can stay away from me too.
Your behavior, I despise it.
Me too.
Because your behavior doesn't correlate with what God has said.
Yeah, so you can stay away from me, Johnny.
So when a person has number one made his mind up to serve God, now that person will begin to dig into oneself. Then you are able to pick out the negativity within oneself. Then you will be able to tell yourself and realize the wrong things that you're doing and that you're saying. Those are the two things that we sin by God by. The words that come out of your cotton picking mouth and your actions. Yeah. 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 But then you got people that have not made their mind up to serve God. Look at you and tell you wicked.
Yeah.
Why am I wicked? Why am I evil? Why am I wicked? Answer that. Because I ain't agreeing with you. I didn't break the commandment of God. You didn't break the commandment of God. We didn't break the commandment of God. So that's your answer. If a person didn't break the commandment of God, you can't say the man is wicked. If the person ain't doing and living according to what God said, you can't say that man is good.
That's the wicked man.
You can't say that man is good. And it goes the same with a damn woman. Woman, children are not exempt. We are all in this together. So I don't have time for games, or we should not have time for games, playing around with God. That's the games I'm talking about. Stop playing with God like he's a joystick, like he's a Pac-Man.
Talking about when I'm ready to pray to God, I'll pray. When I'm ready to talk to God, I'll talk. Man, when you ready.
It said he is one, and there is no second to compare to him, to consort with him. There's none to be compared to God. There is no Jesus Christ. There was never a Jesus Christ. There is not, and God never had a wife. He's a spirit. You know who need wives? Mortal flesh. Man. He said, God is not a man. God is a spirit. God don't need a wife. God don't get unclean. And he don't dwell amongst uncleanness. That's why it's not good that when you're unclean, man and woman, to be sitting all over the place and laying all over the place, making things unclean. Because you can't get it back clean. So therefore, the laws of God got to be on your mind constantly. But I tell you what's on your mind. Folly, stupidity, everything other than God is on your on your mind?
The barbershop is on your mind, Negro.
You know what's on my mind first thing I wake up? God.
God.
You know why? Because when I get up,
I
I go downstairs and I go pray. And I bend my knees.
Send it up.
When evening comes, I don't forget.
Send it up.
I said, I don't forget. I know automatically when evening comes, it's time to pray. Like clockwork. And how you get that? By doing it. Over and over, it becomes a habit. But the laws and the commandments of God will not become habitual because you don't live in them. You're not doing it. So it's not going to grow on you. You're not going to feel out of place. You're not going to feel excluded and out of place. He said, without beginning, without end. That's God. There is no beginning to a God.
No.
There is no ending to a God.
Thank you, brother. That's what a God is.
That's what a God is.
That's what a God is.
So wipe this foolishness and this stupidity out of your mind. If this has not penetrated, then guess what? I'm going to say like my father said, this is not for you. That should trigger, this right here should trigger some actions in this so-called nation of Israel. Some realization of who God is. He said, I'm without beginning and without end.
That's everything.
To him belong strength and dominion. You know what dominion is? I rule everything. I'm over everything. I'm over everything. He running. And he is my God, my Redeemer living, and the rock in my travail in the time of my distress. You know what distress means? Trouble.
Dangerous situations.
It also means when you're upset. Turn to God. Deuteronomy chapter 23.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stone.
He that is wounded in the stones. You know what's wounded in the stones? You know what they mean when they say wounded in the stones? That's the man's testicles.
Right.
Those two things that's inside of the man, those are testicles. And those things bears life. Millions of sperm is inside those testicles. Male and female chromosomes. So before I put this seed in you, he or she was with me first. And I could have had this seed with another incubator. I could have put that bread in another oven and had that bread with a different oven. So don't come to me and talk about, oh, mine. No, it ain't yours. It's mine. You only had it for 9 months. I still got it within me right now. Seed, life, don't die. You could be 70 years old and get a woman pregnant. 80 years old and get a woman pregnant. 90 and get a woman pregnant. 100, 150, 200, 300, 900. That don't die. Exactly. It don't die. That's life. So God said, that's right. You see how God formed man? Who in a fickle mind could have thought of something like that? To equip man with those type of things. Huh? And he also equipped women with things. How in the world can a baby form fully within a womb of a woman? And then she's able to push it out. And it don't, sometimes it rips and ruptures, but you heal. God did that. She's able to hold 2, 3, 4, 6, any any amount.
Reproduction.
You don't think there's a God? Then he orchestrated this woman's body. He said, okay, you gotta every now and then you gotta clean yourself. A cycle. So every 30 days you gotta bleed to release these impurities. And women become anemic because they don't eat right because you're releasing blood.
Right.
So you don't eat right, so you become anemic. Then you gave her 2 breasts, not to bottle feed, not for man to suck on, but to feed the baby. But when the baby nibbles on it, oh, I ain't breastfeeding no more. I ain't been it. What you expect? All you gotta do is snap him, tap him on his mouth. He'll stop. Or she will stop. You don't say nothing when your man bite on it. When your man bite on it and nibble on it, it excites you. That's why God spoke about the ostrich. And God compared the wicked woman to an ostrich. You know why? Because when the ostrich have her young, and the young come to suck on the mother, the ostrich pecks at them.
Get out of here.
Peck at them and push them away.
Chase them away.
That's evil in the eyes of God. That's evil. See, we don't realize and know what is evil until we read. We don't realize and know what is good until we read. Got to read and know what is evil, able to discern what is evil and what is good, what is wrong and what is not wrong. It may be wrong in your eyes, or it may be good in your eyes, but in God's eyes, it's totally opposite. He said, he that is wounded in the stones or has his private member cut off. What is his private member? The word for private member is shavka. That's his tool. Right? Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. So what is that? That's a eunuch.
Yeah.
A eunuch. A eunuch is when you don't have nothing there. Ain't nothing there. You don't have nothing there. You're a eunuch. But guess what? God said that those type of people cannot enter into the congregation of God. But if I read in Isaiah where it said the eunuch that honored God's Sabbath day, that eunuch will be accepted. He said, I will accept that eunuch. So we see how important it is to observe this day. You see how important it is to observe this day in not profaning it?
Yeah, monkey. Yeah,
How
monkey.
important it is to observe this day and not profaning it?
Yeah, monkey.
Because when you stay away, your mind goes too.
Say it again, Dan.
When you stay away from doing these laws for a long period of time, your spirit goes.
Yeah.
You don't have that connection with God.
Not as strong as
You don't have that spiritual connection with God and His laws because you've been away too long.
Yeah,
You've been out there too long.
yeah,
And you can't see that and realize it
yeah,
because you're blocked.
yeah,
Yeah, you're blocked.
yeah. Now you got a ball.
What is in you that's keeping you away? Huh? Your ways. Your ways. And that's what pushes you and keeps you away from doing this. Your ways. Yeah. Let's read.
Verse 2.
Uh-huh.
A bastard shall not enter into
What
the
is a bastard? A bastard means what? Born of unmarried parents. If you was not married and you had children and you was not married, your child is a bastard. The book tells you what meanings of words. Sometimes you can't go, you go by the dictionary and it doesn't correlate with what the book says. You got to leave that alone. The book tells you, it shows you the meaning of words. Then it also says illegitimate child. What is an illegitimate child? Not in accordance with accepted standards or rules. What is the accepted standards or rules? There are rules when you're taking a wife.
Right.
When you take a wife, number one, you gotta have somewhere to put her. When you're taking a wife, you gotta have somewhere to put her. If you don't have nowhere to put this woman, y'all are not married. God said that. I don't have to go to the judge and get paperwork. Now people go and get paperwork for some to benefits, legal benefits. So you need that too. But according to God, that's why it ain't good to be promiscuous and sleeping around with this one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one.
You're not in a relationship.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Ain't good.
Dating.
You know why? Number one, God is against it. God is against it. If you didn't take, if this is not your wife, then why are you sleeping with her? I gotta leave this woman alone. You don't have the mentality or the mind, or you're not even thinking about marrying this woman. So why go and have sex with her? And that's what brings bastards.
Uh-huh.
Now, illegitimate means what? Not sanctioned by law. You know what else is a bastard? Children born from incest. Incest, rape. Okay? And that's why a lot of women got raped. But notice that none of the females that got raped got pregnant. Dinah went amongst a different nation to seek out the daughters of the land. And Shechem, which was a Hittite, a Hittite, saw her, took her. In the Hebrew, it said he raped her. But when he took it from her, her mentality is, you already got it. Where am I going? That was the same mentality of Tamar. Where am I going? You pushing me out is more evil than what you did.
Keep this, man. Get this man off, man. You took it.
That means what? The woman didn't have the mentality to jump around. Like the House of Pain. Jump around.
Once
No.
man hit it, that's it.
One man hit it,
I'm yours.
I'm yours. And that was their mentality.
That's correct.
But women and men don't have that same mentality no
I
more
don't think like that.
because they ain't godly and they're not pursuing God.
They have ungodly.
The only way to acquire that type of mentality is to live according to what God says. Read the book. Read the book. Accept the book.
There are examples, good examples of it.
Make your mind up. But our minds are not made up to serve God.
Our mind made up to shave tomorrow morning.
Our minds are not made up to serve God. Our minds are made up for everything else except for following what God says. Let's read.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation. Shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord?
God don't want these people. We understand that right there. If this child is born out of wedlock, born from incest or rape, God don't want you.
That's right.
Can't be so.
You can't be accepted.
That's
God
right.
is not going to accept you.
That's right.
And this is why God do not accept the world.
That's right.
The world will not be accepted by God.
Full of bastards.
God don't love the world.
No.
God loves some and some he hates.
That's right.
That's right.
Some destiny is different from some. This person's destiny may not be your destiny. And your destiny in life may not be that person's destiny.
Yeah. Just because we brothers don't mean we got the same destiny.
Destiny.
You know?
Come see.
An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of God. This is not talking about direct Moab and Ammon. It's not talking about Moab and Ammon. It's talking about the nation of people that came from Moab and Ammon.
Yeah.
The descendants of Moab and Ammon and Ammon. Why?
Because they met you not with bread.
Because they met you not with bread
and with water.
And with water. The word for met is quadam. Kuf dalet mem sofi. Right?
Right.
You know what kuf dalet mem sofi means? It means meat. They have not met you with bread and with water. They have not welcomed you with bread and with water. So when you welcome someone, what does that mean? To greet with hospitably. To greet hospitably and with courtesy or cordiality. See, when you read the book, you got to look up the words in the Hebrew, then you transfer into English, then you look into the English. So you know, you can get the essence and the meaning of things. So now, cordial is what? Tending to cheer or invigorate. To invigorate means to animate. Okay? So when you get company or people come to your house, there's a treatment that comes with that. There's a treatment that comes with that. It also means affable. Affable means being pleasant and at ease in talking to others. Being pleasant and at ease in talking to others. What is courtesy? Being polite in one's attitude and behavior towards others. So there's a treatment. When you're doing and dealing with these laws, there's a treatment that comes with it.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Learn that.
That's right.
There's a treatment that comes with it.
That's right.
Why? Because that's what God says.
That's right.
There's a treatment that comes with serving God.
That's right.
When you're doing these laws.
That's right.
So now I am commanded and ordained to treat this person or that person in a certain manner.
That's right. Clown.
Okay, Tamshi.
Nevertheless, because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against the Balaam, the son of
When we came out of Egypt, we were looking for a passage. We were looking for a shortcut to get into Canaan land. It was only supposed to be a 3 days journey. Okay? Only supposed to be a 3 days journey, but we ended up staying how long?
40 years.
40 years in the wilderness.
40 years.
From a 3 days journey, we stayed 40 years in the wilderness. You know why? Because of these despicable spies. Moses sent out spies. The spies that he sent out came back with an evil report. And the only ones that followed God wholly was Joshua and Caleb. The other 10 came back with an evil report. And because of that, you know what God said? From 20 on up, it's going to die in the wilderness. Your seed, the 120 on down, 19 on down, he said, I'm going to accept them. Which means it comes a point of time in life, in order to get certain things right, that old, gray-headed, despicable Negro that refused to change, he got to go. He has to go. Because he is the reason why everything is set up the way it's set up. And there's everything that you have set up is against the commandments and the laws of God.
That's right. That's right. We'll talk about it.
Tamshi.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God will not hearken unto Balaam.
Nevertheless, he said, the Lord thy God would what?
Will not hearken.
Would not hearken unto Balaam.
But the Lord thy God turned the cursing into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee.
At that point in time, God loved us. There was a point in time where God did love us. There was a point in time where God did accepted us when we was right. When we was right. So if God loved us at this point in time, what makes you think that he won't hate you? That he won't hate your butt? What makes you think that he won't hate you if you go against? What makes you think that he won't despise you if you go against? Let's read.
Thou shalt not seek their peace.
He said, don't seek their peace.
Nor their prosperity.
Nor their prosperity.
All thy days forever.
All thy days forever. Which means there is certain people that there is no peace with.
Mm-hmm. No linking with.
There is certain people that there is no linking.
Mm-hmm.
There is people that there has to be a separation.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? And this happened when? Years before. You know how many years that happened? And that stood throughout the whole time. Which means there is certain things that you can do in your youth that will block you forever.
Right.
There is certain things that you can do in life that will block you forever with God.
That's right.
Y'all, man, what's wrong with y'all, man?
That's right.
What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all?
That's right.
There is certain things that you can do that will block you forever.
That's
and then when
right.
you get blocked, then guess what? He ain't gonna accept your son.
That's right.
You block, and whatever come from you, God don't want.
If something comes from you.
If something come from you.
Yeah. Talk about it.
And then there's a time when if the son don't walk in the footsteps of his father, but he pursues God in righteousness, then the iniquity that his father has committed won't be remembered upon this child or upon the son. He can be the repairer of the breach. That's it. Let's read.
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. The word Edomite, Adamoni, it means ruddy and red-haired. Edom or Edomite was not the white man. The people got that color when they moved into a cold region and their hair got thinner and they lost melanin. Okay? So now, remember, Esau is also Shemitic.
That's correct.
So now, King David had the same complexion as Esau. King Solomon had the same complexion as Esau. How do I know this? How do you know this? How do we know this? By reading the book. That's how we know this. All right? 1 Samuel, you're going to stay where you at. I'm going to go into 1 Samuel chapter 16 for a minute. Right? Look what it says here. It said, the Lord said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul? You see the heart that Samuel had? Saul did things against God, and Samuel cried for him. He didn't say, that's good for him. Oh, this get crazy with him. Blah, 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 blah. There's a way that we need to be with each other. And read the book and see. Samuel looked at Saul and he cried for him. Why did he stop? Because God asked him. He said, how long are you going to mourn for Saul? He said, how long are you going to continue to mourn for Saul? How long are you going to continue to cry for him? God had to stop him. Yeah, God stopped them. But that's the natural way of a godly man. Well, you see God stop him. Yeah, I see God stop him. But like I said, that is the natural way of a godly man. And that's why he was accepted. He has a heart.
That's right.
We got to read the book and start taking on these ways.
That's right.
Because there is no other way that God will accept you. There is no other way that God will accept you. The sooner you realize that, the sooner you can change and be better.
Fact.
With God.
Facts.
Not with man.
Facts.
Not with woman. None of that counts. With God. Be right with God. Everything else falls in line.
Everything else, yeah.
Be right with God. Be right with God.
That's right.
Be right with God.
That's right.
Be on point with yourself and make sure that you don't step out the curriculum and the standard that God has set, not your standards.
That's right. Clown. Man. Doing these
Listen.
laws make you tough, man.
Listen, man. So now, he said, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul? Look, he said, seeing I rejected him. Huh? Man, listen. He said, man, listen. He said, I rejected him. He said, how long you going to continue mourning for him? We got to watch what we cry for. Man, you got to watch what you feel sorry for. Even if it's my cotton picking son. My son don't want to hearken to God. And he being despicable of God. And he end up getting his brains blown out. I ain't crying. You know why? You remember what God told Aaron?
Yup.
You remember what God told the high priest? He had two sons.
Yup.
The high priest had two sons.
Better not cry.
These two guys went and offered up strange fire before God. He said, and fire, which means there was no roof on the temple. Because when you send up burnt offerings and sacrifices, the fire got to go up. As soon as they sent up the strange fire, he said, fire from God came down and consumed them in their clothes. Guess what? Their clothes wasn't singed or burnt. Just their bodies. The fire had strict command. Don't burn their clothes. Burn them up. Consume them. And their clothes couldn't get burnt. Because those clothes couldn't get destroyed. Because those was holy attire that the high priest and the priest had on. And it has to get transferred on to the next high priest. Next in line. Keep playing.
Keep playing. Say it again.
Keep playing.
Keep playing, nigga.
Keep playing. I said, when it all clears, and when the smoke clear, you will realize and recognize that God is God.
God is God.
And when it's too late, it's going to be too late when you recognize it.
Right.
Keep playing.
Keep playing.
I keep telling you about the cup.
Keep playing.
When this cup overflows, which means we all have a time limit. When this bottle overflows, most of the time, there's no coming back.
Yeah.
So keep playing.
So keep playing. So keep playing. Oh, man.
Keep playing.
Come on, there's levels to this, man.
Keep playing. Keep on. He said, how long will you continue to mourn for Saul, seeing that I have rejected him? Which means that you can't be rejected from God, by God. If we don't hearken to the laws and the commandments of God, God will reject you. Man, woman, and children. But guess what? Sometimes it ain't your destiny to hearken to God.
That's right.
You keep telling people to hearken and listen to God when it's not their destiny to hearken and listen to God.
That's right.
It's only for you. That's your destiny, to hearken and listen to God. I said, not that man's destiny. It's only for this woman to hearken and listen to God, not that woman's destiny. Like I said, we all got destinies in life. And when it comes to the finish line, you will know. You will know realize that God is God.
That's right.
That's when everybody gonna find out when my brother did this. Picked up sand and let it dry. So we all know when we turn to this.
That's right.
Everybody got their own idea.
That's right.
So keep on. I don't look. You gotta make look here. Okay,
Man.
rejected. Okay, what is reject? Since I need to break it down in similar terms, and we don't know what reject means. Reject means refuse to accept. You're not accepted. Refuse to consider. Huh? Huh? When God despises you, you become negligible. Negligible meaning unimportant. He shows no attention to you.
Neglect you.
He shows no attention to you.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that what he did to Cain?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
He regarded Abel, but he didn't regard Cain. And it never specified in the book what Cain did that caused God not to regard him. It just said God did not accept Cain. What he did to not get accepted by God, it wasn't written. Stop formulating your ideas in your minds and coming up with why. We don't know why, because it wasn't written. He just told him to do better. And these men were such on a high level that they was able to pinpoint what God was talking about. He knew what he did and what he was doing or how he was that wasn't accepted by God. Yeah. To do these laws, you got to be on yourself. If you ain't on yourself, don't even look my way.
Word.
If you ain't on yourself, don't even look my way.
Word.
I'm on myself.
Facts. Say it again, brother.
I said, I am on myself.
Say it again, brother. Say it again.
We need to be on
Say
ourselves
it again,
so
brother.
that it can emanate in your actions and your thinking pattern.
Yeah, say it again, brother. Talk on, man.
You gotta be on yourself, man. That's what God says. Take heed to oneself.
Man up every day.
That's the first thing before you even think, before you even begin to do God's law. You gotta be on yourself to accomplish God's law. Because if you're not on yourself to accomplish the laws of God, you're gonna steal. Yeah.
Blame yourself. That's right.
If you're not on yourself to accomplish God's law, you're
gonna lie.
You're gonna lie. You're gonna violate. You're gonna violate.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Said, fill thine horn with oil and go. I will send thee to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. Jesse had 7 sons. The last one was the best one. That was not usual. Same thing like Joseph. That wasn't usual. Most of the time, the elders end up the best one or more. King David. Right. So it said, call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou shalt do. And thou shalt anoint unto him whom I name unto thee. And Samuel did that which the Lord spake, and came to Bethlehem. And the elders of the town trembled at his coming, and said, comest thou peaceably? And they trembled when Samuel appeared, because Samuel don't play. This guy was a child. His mother was a righteous woman. She couldn't conceive and have a seed for her husband, which all women desired in the book. That's not the desire of women today. Some women want to have 1, 2, and after they have 2, they don't want no more. That wasn't the desire of woman in the book. You love a man and you're with a man, you want to have his child. So that was her desire. And because she couldn't have a child, because she couldn't have a child for him, guess what? She was grieved, she was sad, and she was distorted. So her husband told her, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'll get it. Her husband told her, he said, look what her husband told her. Look what her husband told her. He said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? He said, babe, don't worry about it. He said, you ain't got a son for me. You ain't got no child for me. He said, but I'm with you. I'm here. He said, am I better than thee than whatever? I'm better than you than any amount of kids you can have for me. Don't worry about that. That was their desire. But that was their desire. So she prayed to God. And she prayed to God. And she prayed to God and made a vow. She said, Lord God, if you give me this seed, he said, I'm going to give them up to you. Guess what? God heard her prayer. Bing, bang, bing, bang, bing. She gets pregnant. Bing, bang, bing. She gets pregnant. A male child. A male child. Samuel. Ordained by God from the womb to be a prophet. A child ordained by God from in the womb to be a prophet of God. So after she finished weaning them, breastfeeding them, she said, when I'm done doing this, I'm going to the priest, to the high priest, and I'm giving them the Eli. Keep my word. She got pregnant. She conceived. She gave him the Eli. Samuel's job was to open and close the gates in the temple. And he's being raised by a high priest.
I knock her now.
Okay? When the child go lay down. When the child is laying down, about to go to sleep, fall out, he rested. So the voice of God came to him. Called his name, Samuel. The child gets up and goes to Eli, the high priest. He said, you call me Eli? He said, no, I ain't call you. I ain't call you. He said, go back and lay down. He goes back. God calls him again. Eli. He goes back to Eli. Yo, Eli, you call me? No, I ain't call you. He said, go back. But the word of God was not known to the child as of yet.
It's not speaking to him yet.
Wasn't known to him as yet. He's young. He's a child, which means the voice of God is not something to scare you out of your wits. God don't sound like that.
Started with Eli.
He said, after the earthquake, after this, after that, he said, a still small voice, which means that voice that God talked to you with is a calming sound. It's a calming voice, a clear voice. So, okay. I want to get to the part so I don't mess this up. Verse 12, what chapter?
Verse 16.
16? No, not that. No, I'm good. No, just stay where you at. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's in chapter 3. Okay. And he ran unto Eli and said, here am I. God was calling him. He went to Eli and said, here am I. He said, thou callest me. And he said, I called not, lie down again. And he went and lay down, and the Lord called him again, Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, here am I, but thou didst call me. And he answered, I call not, my son. Lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the God. He did not know the Lord. He said, neither was the word of God yet revealed unto him. He said, the Lord called unto Samuel a third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, here am I, for thou didst call me. Now Eli perceived. Now Eli perceived that God is calling this child. Therefore Eli said to him, now Eli going to equip him. Look what Eli tells him. He said, go lie down. And it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and lied down in this place, and the Lord called. The Lord came and stood and called her as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel answered, speak, for thy servant heareth. You hear that, man? You hear that, man? And because God rejected Saul, I got to reject you.
That's right.
If you're not walking right with God, I can't walk with you.
But that's my brother. Yeah.
Brothers don't count.
That's
None of that
my
means
brother.
nothing. Brothers and sisters don't count
Talk
when
about
you're on the side with God.
it. Talk about
If you are not walking with God,
it. Talk about it. Make a choice.
you can. I can't accept that.
You talk about it.
Let's, right?
Give it.
Okay. So now, Samuel said, call Jesse. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward all this, right? I'm in verse 6, 1 Samuel 16. And it came to pass when they come that he looked on Eliab. Now Samuel went to anoint the king, right? The first one came was Eliab, right? And he said, surely the Lord's anointing is before him. Look what God told him. He said, but the Lord said unto Samuel, look not unto his countenance, or on the height of his stature, because I have refused them. For the Lord see it not as man see it. What God looking for, you can't see. What God is looking for, you cannot see. Because God tries the heart in the reins of man. You don't know if this man made his mind up to serve God. The only one knows that is God. You don't know if that woman made her mind up to serve God. The only one know that is God.
That's right.
You don't know if this man wants to serve God.
That's right.
The only one know that is God. You cannot make decisions for people talking about they don't. No, we can't move like that, man.
That's right.
God gave man and woman a chance.
That's right.
Yeah, you know that? God gave every man and woman a chance. What if God dealt with you in that same manner that you're dealing with this person?
That's right. That's right.
What if God dealt with you like that? Huh?
That's right.
So he said, he said, you don't see how for the Lord see it not as man see it. For man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh at the heart. Right? And he said, there remaineth yet the youngest. And behold, he keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said unto Jesse, send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy. That is the same definition in the Hebrew. It says as Admoni, the same complexion as Esau, which means King David was ruddy. King David was Admoni. Okay? So now we're going to go, y'all can stay where you at, and I'm going to show you in the Psalms where it says, with King Solomon now. Now we're going to read about King Solomon. Okay? So we can show you that these people was black people. It wasn't white people. None of that. This was black people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Good time.
Now, all the years people thought and say, oh, nothing but white people in this world. This ain't nothing. This is No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. Where's Solomon? Song of Solomon. Where are you? Where are you, Solomon? Solomon. Where are you, Jedediah? God named him Jedediah. Ain't that something? God named him Jedediah. This means my beloved. Beloved of God. Huh? Beloved of God. Song of Solomon 15:31. Okay, back up. Yeah, I got it. Now, I'm going to go to Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 10. But before I go there, check this. In chapter 1, he said, I am black, but calmly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. My mother's son were angry with me. They made me the keepers of the... That's Solomon. All right? Now we're going to go into chapter 5, verse 10. Right? My beloved is white and ruddy. Right? You know what's the word for white? The word in the Hebrew for white is zach. Zadeh chet. It means clear. Which means he was a black man, but he was light skinned. He was lighter. Right. Of a light complexion. Yeah, right? And the word ruddy, zach, where Adon. Adon, Admoni. That's the same word that it used to describe Esau. Same word that is used to describe Esau. It means red, it means ruddy. Then you go into the definition, it's a color range of a set between reddish brown complexion. Okay? Now, go ahead, Tamshi. Back to Deuteronomy 23. Deuteronomy 23, verse 7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. Stop hating the Edomite. Stop telling me that the Edomite and this are devils. Because before Edom was a devil, we had black devils. Before there was ever an Edomite, we had black devils. What do you think? What do you think? What's his name? Nimrod was. He defied God. Yeah. What do you think all these men was before Esau? Yeah. When there was only Abraham. Only Abraham with the mentality of God on his mind. The rest of the world served images and idols of wood and stone. What you think they was? Okay, let's read.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian.
Because thou was a stranger in his land.
Because you was a stranger in his land. You hear that, man? That's the ways of God. Because I was a stranger and I lived in Egypt, I cannot hate the Egyptian. Which means what? If I live with you, no matter what you do or say, I can't despise you. When a person can live with a person and say derogatory statements and evil things about that person, that is evil and wickedness in that person. You kidding me? The Egyptians took you in. The Egyptians accepted you in and allowed you to live in their land. And you turned on them and despised them and talked junk against them. That's right. Isn't that the mentality of people today? Isn't that the mentality of the people today?
Come on, Sean.
God shows us how we need to be accepted by him. And if we don't strive to be that way, we will never be accepted by him. We're going to get pushed away. Right. Go ahead.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation.
In their third generation. Tamshi.
When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing.
When the host going forth, we go what?
Against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing.
Right? Then keep thee from every wicked thing. Now, Let me go back. Keep that. Right? And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering, he had not respect. The word for respect is sha'ah. It means to show no attention to. So when we fall out of order and out of place with God, God don't show you no attention. His attention could be towards you for evil.
That's right.
But never for good. Never for good. How are you going to gain the attention of God when you're wicked?
That's right.
The only time you'll gain God's attention towards you is you're evil. For evil.
Right.
For evil. He'll do wickedness and evil things to you. Put you through it.
That's right.
And we so far away from God, we can't even, we don't even know when God's attention is turned from us. We don't know. We have no idea. We're not like these people who was connected to God to know whether, yo, man, God is not accepting me. Listen, man, you pray, and sometimes, look, pray for something right now and see if it happens.
Right.
Right now.
Right.
You think God's attention is towards you?
Right.
Pray for something right now and let it happen now. Now you can tell me God's attention is towards you.
That's right.
Pray right now.
That's right.
That's how they did it.
That's right.
I said, pray right now. Go on your knees, face the east, and send up a prayer to God and see if he answers it right now. Oh, Lord God, if I found favor in thy eyesight, cause it to rain. And if it rain, God got his eyes on you. That's how you know. That's how you know. You be waiting for years for it to rain. You ain't find no favor, and you ain't get God's attention. You got to know how to get God's attention by taking heed to all the words that is written in this book. That's how you gain the attention of God. Now, you can gain the attention of God for good and evil. For good and evil. Let's read. Where we at?
23, verse 9.
Okay. Now, go ahead, read.
When the host going forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked
When the
thing.
host going forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. Dabar ra. Dabar means a matter, a word, or a thing. Keep thee from every evil thing. Keep thee from every evil matter. Keep thee from every evil word. Because there are words that we say out of our mouth that is evil. Yeah, there are things that you can say out of our mouth that put a wedge between you and God. And you can't take those words back. So that's why we got to watch our words when God is involved. I also will watch, and because I watch my words with God, I watch my words when I'm talking to you. Why? Because why would I watch my words when I'm talking to this brother? Because I don't want to offend him. That's why. And that's godly. Those are godly traits. I don't want to offend this brother, so I will watch my words. Your words will get you in trouble with God. God said, be careful. Every evil word. Guess what? Right? Every evil thing. What is an evil thing? You know what's evil things? To keep thee far from every evil and wicked things. Those are things means what? Events, deeds, social occasions, activities. If our forefathers didn't get involved, why are we getting involved in it? Why are we getting involved in things that our forefathers never got involved with? Why? And you never read it in the book. It ain't there. It ain't there. Let's read.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness.
If there be among you any man, right, that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that what?
That chanceth him by night.
You know what that is? That's nocturnal emission. You go to sleep and you come up and you wake up and you had a nocturnal emission, which means semen was released. When semen release from you, you become unclean. Automatically. You become unclean. Whatever you sit and lie on, it doesn't make it unclean because that's not that type of uncleanness.
Right.
Okay? That's not that type of uncleanness. Whatever the semen touch has to be washed. The sheets, the clothes, you gotta wash. Everything must be washed. Okay? And if you don't wash, then guess what? You're gonna bear that iniquity. That's right. Okay? Leviticus 22. All right? No, stay where you at. Stay where you at. He said, speak unto Aaron and to his sons that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow unto me. I am the Lord. Say unto them, whosoever ye be of all your seed among your generations, that goeth unto the holy things, which the children of Israel hallow unto the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. What man soever of the seed of Aaron is a leper, which is leprosy, or had a running issue, that's a zob, or had not, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso toucheth anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goeth from him. Now people say that was concerning the holy things of God. But what did God say? He said, we are going to be what? A nation of what? A nation of priests. It's the same thing. In the law, in Deuteronomy 14, right? In Deuteronomy 14, was it 14? Yes. Right? No, that's not it. That's not it. But okay. Right? So when a man whose seed has gone from him, he becomes unclean. If you touch him, you become unclean. Okay? Whosoever toucheth anything that is unclean by the dead, right? Or a man whose seed goeth from him, which means if you touch a man and his seed went from him, you become unclean. You become unclean. That's common.
That's the common law for everyone.
That's common law
for
all men. Go ahead, read. Where we at?
Verse 10. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reasons of a cleanness that chanceth him by night, then he shall go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water.
Wash himself with water.
And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp.
And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Why wasn't he allowed to come into the camp when he was unclean? Because his presence alone would defile the tabernacle. It's going to defile the camp. Everything going to be defiled. So you're not able to come within the camp or within the ranks. You got to stay away, Tom Shee.
Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith.
Dig therewith.
And shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
And shall turn back and cover that which come from thee. That's why you close the bathroom doors when you're about to pray. Because that is a house or a spot where you go and ease yourself. So when you go and pray, you can't leave the bathroom door open. Urine, fecal matter all in the toilet. Cats. If you got a cat, you got cat stool all in the cat box. That door has to be closed and separated. So you close the bathroom door when you're about to pray. Tom Sheep.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before
and that word and that saying, no one can show me where it's in the book. Cleanliness is next to godliness.
Church.
Cleanliness is not next to godliness. That's church. You know what the only clean thing that God talked about? The clean and the unclean.
That's what matters.
If you are unclean, spiritually unclean, that's not in the book. But we take on Christianized sayings
And then bring it over.
and then bring it over to God.
Church songs.
Church songs. Bring it over to God. Church ways and Christian ways and bring it over to the ways of God. The mannerisms. But you don't read that here. God speaks about the clean and the unclean. Unclean. Clean spiritually. Unclean spiritually. I could have washed, but I'm unclean spiritually.
Still.
That's right. Tom C.
Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his
Thou
master.
shalt not deliver the who? The servant.
The servant which is escaped from his master.
Which is escaped to his master.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose.
See, that word servant, that servitude, when we serve, you know, that was an occupation.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm doing bad and I didn't have the means of living and I couldn't live and I didn't have nothing, I will come to you and put myself under your subjugation, under your rule, and be your servant. But there was a time we will serve this. I will serve you for 7 years. And on the 7th year, you will release me. And I will furnish you and give you. When you leave with cattle, you leave with substance, you leave with land, you live with things so that you are able to sustain yourself. Now I'm able to start my family, have a wife, have children, because I have what it takes to sustain myself. If I can't sustain myself, how are you going to sustain and able to sustain others? That's with you. You can't. Tom Sheep.
He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, and one of thy gates, where it liketh him best.
Where it liketh him best, Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore.
There shall be no whore. The word for whore is Quedesha. Quedesha is a female sodomite. A female sodomite. Now, okay, read. There shall be no whore
of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Okay, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. What is a sodomite?
Explain that.
What is a sodomite?
Explain what
God hates sodomites.
Explain what God hates.
I said God hates sodomites.
Make it clear.
So guess what? You have to train yourself to hate them too.
Right.
A sodomite consists of or is when a man sleeps with a man. When a man starts to desire his own kind,
Same sex.
and his same sex, and want to cohabitate with another man, there's something wrong with your mind. When a woman desiring another woman, that's sodomite. Sodomitish acts consist of oral sex and anal sex.
Talk about it.
That's what you call a sodomite.
You do that, God hates you.
When you do these things, God hates you.
Right.
He despises you. And you can't be accepted. You will not be accepted by God. You won't be. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of
the hire of a whore. And by reading the book, the whores was of other nations. Because God told us and gave us laws not to cause your daughter to be a whore. So the nation of Israel prevented that. It was against God's law for me to take my daughter and sell her to be a whore. You know how the prostitutes came around? Those prostitutes came amongst us from other nations. I don't know what's going on with those other nations or how they became whores or what. That was those women's choices to be prostitutes, and they sold themselves. So they came amongst the ranks of Israel, and Israel fell into it and would buy them, give them money for their services. Then after they do their services, they go. But there was no whores. God rejected that and specifically said that there shall be no whores of the daughters of Israel.
None amongst them.
None amongst them.
No sodomites.
Time sheet.
That's right. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow. For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of
thou shalt not lend upon usury to whom?
To thy brother.
To thy brother. What is usury? Usury is when I come and I give you $20, next week I need 30.
Loan sharp.
Interest. I want 30.
Yeah, loan sharp.
I want 40. That's usury.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
Usury of money, usury of victuals.
Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that was
lent upon usury.
That is lent upon usury. Time sheet.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
What verse you at?
Verse 20.
Verse 20. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. What's the word for stranger there?
Nakri.
Lo tashi Nakri. Nakri and the stranger is two different people. The stranger is the one that lives amongst us. So I gotta treat the stranger as one born amongst us. So he serves God. I'm not gonna treat him and do him like that. But the Nakri is the alien, the outsider that is not serving God. I can give him usury and interest.
He's not an alien.
That's right. Time sheet. What verse you at? 20?
Verse 20.
But
unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land, whether thou goest to possess it.
You see how you bless? You see how you get blessed? You see how you get blessed? When you do things according to what God said, you're blessed. Stop telling her, I am blessed. You think you blessed. You think you blessed. The only way to tell me that you blessed, you got to follow these laws. Follow the laws and the commandments of God. Now you blessed. If you're not following this, you're not blessed. You cursed. You cursed. Because you're going to walk away and you're going to take a different path. A different path other than what God already has set forth for us to walk in.
So now they say, bless yourself. Don't wait for God to bless you.
You can't bless yourself.
Bless up yourself.
Oh yeah, that's what they say now. Yeah, that's the world now. Bless up yourself. Yeah. When thou shalt vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay.
You know what a vow is? The word vow is neder. Neder means a vow or promise. A vow or promise.
You don't have to say I swear.
You ain't gotta say I swear. All you gotta do is voice it and you're held accountable.
Yeah.
Do we do that? I watch what I say out of my mouth.
Very careful.
Sometimes I slip. You say things, oh man, I said I was going to do this for this person. No.
Yeah.
But that slipping comes with perfection.
Try to get it right.
Slipping comes with a person that's trying to get it right.
That's right.
Because you wasn't like this before.
Exactly.
That's
You wasn't walking in this. You wasn't walking like this before. It came a point in time when you had decided with yourself to serve God and pick up on the standards and the principles of God.
Yeah.
So you're gonna slid.
Yeah.
You're gonna bump your head while on that road to perfection with God.
That's
That's the road I'm on.
You're gonna bump your head.
That's correct.
That's the road I'm on too.
Facts.
You ain't on that road, you gotta get away from me.
Facts. Get away
Gotta
from
go.
me. Brother
I can't
and
hang
all.
with you. I can't hang with you.
Facts. Talk about it, brother.
I can't hang with you. You know why? Because this guy that decided to serve God, he gonna be thinking and moving one way.
That's right.
And then you ain't made your mind up to serve God, so you thinking and you moving completely opposite from this guy.
That's right.
Every minute I gotta be on it.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not slack to pay it.
Thou shalt not slack to pay.
For the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee. And it will
be sin in thee.
But if thou shalt forbear to vow, there shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform. Even a freewill offering, according as thou hast vowed a vow unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy fill at thine own pleasure. But
he had vineyards, olive yards. And when I got hungry, I was able to go in your vineyard and eat and not have to worry about you chasing me out of your vineyard.
shooting at you.
Shooting at me.
Shiny.
Got a guard dog up in there.
Tom Sheep.
But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel.
Let's scratch that. Let's read Proverbs 3. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 3. We're going to go into a little Proverbs. You know what Proverbs and Psalms? Proverbs and Psalms shows you the ways of God. When you read and dissect these Psalms and Proverbs, shows you and tells you the way God wants you to be, how we should think and move, how we should react or behave, our mannerism. That's what Proverbs and Psalms reveals to you. And these Psalms was written by a man that God accepted. Those Psalms was written by a man that God accepted. You know this? Know this me? I'm looking at this guy. This guy got the nerve to talk against King David. When King David only messed up one time and God erased it. I said, God erased it.
Right.
And then he punished, God punished him. And he heaped up troubles in his house. Stirred up troubles in his house. And that's why all that happened. But guess what?
It wasn't a tarnish on his
It wasn't a tarnish on his spirit.
Like that.
It wasn't a tarnish on his spirit. Kept his slate clean.
Yeah, he kept the slate clean. Yeah.
Kept his slate clean. How? You know why God dealt with King David like that? He said,
He went
man,
beyond with a clean
he
slate.
said, this guy got a heart like me. He got a heart like me. That's real. And he was the only man that God ever said that about a person. God looked at Abraham and said, man, this guy's my friend.
Never one, never
Believe everything God said. Hey, look, with no proof.
No proof. No evidence.
With no evidence. But the man believed God 100%. That is the way to God. Fools.
Say it again.
Fools.
Clowns.
That's the way to God. So you know why I say fool? You gotta be a fool not to believe God. Yeah, you're a fool. Yeah. You don't believe God, you're a fool. Not to believe God.
It ain't meant for you. It's not for you.
Let's read, man. Proverbs chapter 3.
Proverbs chapter 3. My son, forget not my law, but let thine heart keep my commandments.
My son.
Yeah.
My son. My son. He said, forget not my law. That sounds like a father talking to his child.
Don't stop.
Because it's a hurtful thing when you have children that's not living in the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
It's a hurtful thing. But in order for it to hurt you, you got to have some type of feelings for God. That's why Samuel was able to cry for Saul, because he had feelings for God first. And he developed he was born with those feelings for God. It was nothing that he had to develop. We got to develop that.
Uh-oh. They had it.
Right.
I said, we got to develop that. These people had that naturally. They had that naturally. So we got to develop a love and a feeling for God.
That's right.
He said, my son, forget not my law.
But let thine heart.
What is forget? What do you mean by forget? I know of one guy, you know what one guy said?
Yeah.
King David. The same king that this God despised
I have not.
and want to talk against.
I have
King
not.
David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy laws. So when you forget the laws of God, that's wickedness. God denotes and shows you what is wickedness. Deuteronomy 6. He said, thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. So you ain't got no reason to be forgetting, because you're supposed to be talking about it when you're all day. It's supposed to be on your mind all day. I had a nice dream this morning.
Tell me about no face.
I said, I had a nice dream this morning. You know what I dreamt about? You know what I dreamt? Everybody was in a big building, sitting down in the bleachers. One person was up there teaching. I'm in teachings. I'm dreaming about teaching. We sit down in teachings. I had that dream this morning. I said, yeah. Got up 5:30 this morning, said my minka, said my prayers, went back and lie down, got up, did what I had to do in the basement, read. When you dream about this, that's when you begin. That's the beginning of being in tune with God. I ain't dreamed nothing about 1 million dogs chasing me.
Or running out the bank with the bag.
This thing is crazy.
Trying to hold on to it before the dream starts. Before you wake up. Damn, when you woke up in the bag, they did.
Oh, man. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee.
What? He said for length of days,
long life,
and
peace
shall
they add to thee.
Okay, let's go back now. He said, my son, forget not my what?
My law.
My law. That's a father talking to his son. Because by you forgetting the commandment or the law that your father, not God.
You got God's commandments.
Hey, man.
Now you got your father's law.
Your father gave you orders.
To keep. Clowns.
Your father gave you orders.
Talk about it.
And guess what?
Talk about
When you forget the orders and the commandments that your father gave you, it's not going to add length of days, long life, and peace. You'll never have peace.
That's right. You're going to be tight all the time. Misery.
All right? Let's read.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. You know what forsake means? Don't abandon mercy and truth. Don't abandon that. Because guess what? You know what mercy and truth is? Mercy and truth is what? The characteristics and the ways of God. Those are godly traits. Those are godly traits.
That's right.
Mercy and truth is godly traits,
That's
righteous traits. What is mercy? Compassion or forbearance. Before I even read on, do we know what forbearance is?
Break it down.
Forbearance is what? When you have self-restraint to hold oneself back. Huh? Huh?
You ain't got that.
Self-restraint.
Talk about it.
You're able to hold oneself back
Talk
from
about it.
committing and doing things that is against God.
Talk.
Huh? That's what forbearance is. That's forbearance. No, just pull the curtain down. Don't cover it all the way. Just slide it right there. That's what forbearance is. Mercy goes hand in hand with compassion. Mercy goes hand in hand with forbearance. You can't have mercy and you don't have forbearance. You can't have compassion and not be merciful. You can't have forbearance and not be merciful. Compassion is what? Sympathetic consciousness of others.
Talk about it.
You know what consciousness is?
Break it down.
Huh?
Break it down.
I consider the person.
You know what consciousness is?
Break it down.
That's when you consider people.
Yeah.
I gotta consider you and you consider me.
Yeah.
I gotta consider that if I do this, I may be offending you.
Yeah.
I gotta consider that if I say this, I may offend you.
Yeah.
Huh? Sympathetic consciousness of others. Of others' distress. What is distress? Worried or troubled mind. Upset. So when you have sympathetic consciousness of a person when he's in distress, you don't do things. You don't take fire and put it in the you don't take wood and keep throwing it in the fire.
Added to it.
Keep taking wood and throwing it in the fire.
Yeah.
You're not taking the water and pouring it to out it. You're not out in the fire.
Man.
You keep adding wood in it.
Man.
You are wicked.
You wicked.
You evil.
Yeah. You think
So you
you right.
do things to rouse and come on,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Learn the ways of God
Learn
and
the ways
follow
of
that,
God.
man.
Yeah. You think you right. Learn the ways of God, monkey.
Learn the ways of God.
Yeah.
Man. Learn the ways of God.
Yeah. Clown.
It said compassion is a sympathetic consciousness of others' distress with a desire to alleviate it. You know what alleviate is? Pacify it. You do things to pacify it.
That's
Calm
right.
it down.
Talk about it, John.
When you do things
Dumb it
not to
down.
pacify it and you do things to stir it up,
Talk
you're
about it.
evil.
Talk about it, drama.
You're evil. Let's read, man.
Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind
Let
them
not mercy and truth forsake thee.
bind them about thy neck. Write
Uh-huh.
them upon the table of thine heart.
Uh-huh.
So shalt thou find favor and good understanding.
So shalt thou find favor
and good understanding.
and good understanding. Wait a minute. What is good understanding? In the Hebrew it says Sekel Tov. Sekel Tov means good understanding, prudence, and good sense.
Okay.
What is prudence?
Okay.
Prudence is the ability, which means not everybody had that ability. Huh? I said not everybody had that ability.
That's right.
Ability to do what? To govern and discipline oneself
That's
by the use of reasoning.
That's right.
Ah,
Need somebody.
But in order to do that, that person already made his mind up with God.
Right.
That person already made his mind up to serve God. So he put restrictions on himself and he made declarations that he follows.
That's right.
Why? Because I want to prove myself or you want to prove yourself with God.
That's right.
Not with you.
Not with you, clown. Not with you, clown.
I ain't gotta prove myself to man.
No. Man.
No.
Man.
I gotta prove myself with God, and that's it.
Man.
No.
And if you don't accept it or you don't like it, oh,
Keep it
wicked
moving.
man, hey,
Fact.
that's your fault.
Fact.
Keep it pushing.
Brother-in-law.
We don't know people's hearts. We don't know people's heart. We don't know other people's heart. We only know what you show. I only know what you show me. Right? I only know what you showed me. I ain't never showed you anything different. Or that person never showed you nothing different or opposite. Never. And when the person did show you something different, guess what? That man that showed you something different, guess what? He made his mind up to serve God, but that don't mean you're not gonna slip. Where we at? All right, now hold on. Good sense. Huh? It means a discerning awareness and appreciation. That's what good sense is. Mm-hmm. A discerning awareness or appreciation. Tom Sheik.
So shall I find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart.
So what?
So shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man.
Uh-huh.
Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thine own eyes. Fear the Lord and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thine increase.
Say it again.
That's the last one. Honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits.
What verse is that?
9.
Okay, honor the Lord. Honor God with your substance. With your substance. Huh? Now you honor God with your substance. When you go and get the first of the lamb or the first of the sheep and you send it up and offer it with God. When you go and gave things and you go and give the first fruits to the high priest in the temple. Like Tobit did. That's how you honor God with your substance. We can't do that today. Can't do that today. Huh? Go ahead.
So shall thy barns be filled with plenty,
Uh-huh.
and thy presses shall burst out with new wine.
Uh-huh. Tom Sheik.
My son, despise not the chastening of the Lord.
My son, don't despise the chastening of God.
Neither be
When
weary.
God chastises you, don't despise it.
Yeah.
He said, don't hate it.
Yeah.
And guess
Be
what?
aware.
When God chastises you, that man ain't wicked. Because God only chastises those who he loves.
That's right.
Which means what? Again,
That's
when
right.
God ain't chastising you, he has no attention towards you.
That's right.
In order for God to chastise you, you have to gain God's attention for good.
You gotta love
That's
it.
right.
And when God put evil on you, you can gain God's attention towards you for evil. But it's either or, not either good or evil.
That's right. Talk about
That's
it.
right.
Love and discipline.
Either good or evil.
That's right.
Tom Sheik.
Neither be weary of his correction. For whom the Lord loveth, he corrected, even as a father, the son in whom he delighted.
What verse is that?
15, 12. Verse 12.
Wait, yeah. My son, despite the chastening of the Lord, neither beware. Okay, good. Go ahead.
For whom the Lord loveth, he
Whom the
corrected,
Lord loved, he corrected. Uh-huh.
even as a father, the son in whom he delighted.
That's right. Father or a parent that delight in a child, he gonna correct them so that the child could walk in that right way that is pleasing in their eyes. So you're gonna correct that child.
That's right.
That's why the parents correct you.
It's love.
That's right.
It's only love. I don't want you doing this, son. I don't want you walking this way, son. I love you, so I don't want you going down that wrong path. But the child can't see it that way, and they will never see it that way until they get older. Your daughters will never see it that way until they get older. Wisdom starts to set in. They say, wow, now I see what Abba and Ima was talking about. I should have listened. Let's read.
Happy is the man that findeth wisdom.
Happy is the man that findeth wisdom. What is wisdom?
Explain that.
Wisdom is what?
Everybody
The performance of the laws of God.
Okay.
That's wisdom.
That's being smart.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom. The laws of God is wisdom. Tom She.
And the man that getteth understanding.
Uh-huh.
For the
What is understanding?
to depart from
Understanding is to depart from evil. Understanding is to depart or to turn away from that which God said is evil. That's why a person will only depart from evil if he made his mind up to serve God. Now you start making declarations like, I don't do that no more. Yeah. I don't walk that way no more. Or I ain't living that way no more. Or I ain't saying this no more. And I ain't doing that no more. But guess what? You saying it. You don't hear you. I don't hear you saying it. I don't hear you saying what I'm saying. I don't hear what you talking about. Yeah. I don't hear you saying what I'm saying. But yet I'm evil. Yet this man is evil. Yet this man is evil. But they are the ones that's making declarations to God, talking about they ain't doing it no more. Yeah, not you.
Right.
Talk about it, bro. That's real talk, man. True crimes. On my level, man. You know what's wrong with people, man? It's bug. What's wrong with people? It's bug. What's wrong with people, man? What's wrong with people, drama? What's wrong with people? Bug. If your mind ain't made up to serve God, get away from me. Get away from me. If your mind ain't made up to serve God, get away from me. Yeah. Get away from me. Man. Let's read.
Verse 14. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver.
For the merchandise of it is better than what?
Than the
Than
merchandise,
of silver. Man said, brothers-in-law. That's right. That's right. That's who you walk with every day, man. That's right. I don't walk around with women all day. That's right. So if a man ain't ready to serve God and your mind is made up, get away from him. That's right. Separation. That's right. Because God gonna look at you and say, man, you agree with him. That's right. You accept his ways. That's right. You agree with his ways. So now I gotta separate. We go one the hard way. Let's read.
Yeah. And the gain thereof than fine gold.
That's right.
She is more precious than ruby.
Who is that? Wisdom is a feminine spirit. So she is more precious than rubies. And all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her.
Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are
her
peace.
Ways are ways of pleasantness. The ways of wisdom is pleasantness. The word for pleasantness is noam. Nun, kolam, ayin, mem sofi. It means pleasantness and it means suitable. The ways of wisdom is pleasantness. The ways of wisdom is agreeable, to be agreeable.
Right.
But know what you're agreeing with. Agree with God.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom. Yeah. When you don't agree with God, you ain't wise. Yeah. You're a fool. You're a fool. You're a fool. The book shows you a fool and tell you who's fools. It's stupid. Yeah. Say it again, drama. Say it again, drama. Say it again, drama. Wisdom is to be agreeable. Wisdom is to be pleasing. Wisdom is to have good manners. Wisdom is to have good behavior. So if you're wise, you're going to conduct your whole life around those things, which means you ain't going to act a certain way. You ain't going to do certain things. You ain't going to say certain things that will put you out of character. That's right.
That's right. Talk about
Huh?
Man.
Time sheet.
Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace.
All her paths, the ways of wisdom, and all the ways and all the paths of wisdom is peace.
That's the goal.
Before I went to war with you, God said, present peace.
Give peace a chance.
That's right.
Before the nation went to war with your nation, God said to present peace. It's not all war and death and violence. No. God said present peace first.
That's right.
If the other nation don't want peace, then we swarm on them.
That's right.
We move on them. We pop out.
That's right.
We move on them. They become our tributaries and they serve us. But the ways of God said to present peace.
That's right.
If you can iron it out, why we can't iron it out
That's right.
and just level it? And why?
That's right.
Why does it always has to be violence?
That's right.
Swords involved.
And when you're pursuing righteousness,
That's something.
godliness,
That's something you got in you.
that's how you're gonna walk.
Yeah.
That's right.
But you can't walk that way because the brother said, "That's what you got in you."
That's right.
And you can't let it. Some things that we have in us, you can't get rid of.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's right.
You understand that?
That's right.
Some things that we have in us, we can't get rid of.
That's right.
That's right.
Why? Because you don't want to let it
You don't
go.
want to let it go.
You don't want to let it go.
Talk about it, gang.
You can get rid of anything. Look, a habit is formed in the by practice, and it becomes a part of you in how many seconds? 30 seconds, an hour. It had a certain amount of minutes. Yeah, I read that before. I forgot 30 seconds. That's why God said practice in the laws of God, which means if you practice something, this is something that you're doing over and over, so that your spirit don't get used to doing things contrary and opposite to what God says.
That's right.
You got to train yourself.
That's right.
I can't train you, but guess what? Nobody is training themselves.
That's right.
Right.
You want God to accept you the way you is.
That's right.
Damn fool.
You want to turn to God when you're ready.
Goddamn fool.
Man.
When the evil days is
God ain't gonna accept you the way you is.
Late.
You gotta God gonna accept you only the way He prescribed, the way He said. That's it.
Right.
There's no other way, man.
Not your way.
So there's certain things, evil things that is within us that we need to let go of. There's a certain evil thinking pattern that we need to let go of. Because it's not in the ways of God. Forward thoughts separate from God. Forward thoughts. Let's read.
She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her.
Uh-huh.
And happy is everyone that retaineth her. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding.
Wait a minute. Woo, that's a beat. That's a banger. The Lord, God, by wisdom, have founded the earth. The word for founded is Yasad, Yod Samek Dalet. Founded also means established. Also means to bring into existence, which means there was a point in time where the earth wasn't here.
It exists.
Nothing was there. God said it was just darkness and water
Right.
upon the face of the deep. And the word for deep is the abyss.
It exists.
That's below. That's deep. That's below, man. The abyss. That's ocean depth. That's the depth of the sea.
Right.
Where there's suctions. When you get so low, ain't no coming back up because you have suctions down there. And that's what happened to that damn submarine.
Right.
Going down there, searching and looking for some damn Titanic. Pressure and the bus in that thing. Everybody that was in that submarine dead. What are you doing down there?
Gave me that money.
What you doing down there? When you get but so low in the sea, You got fishes with no eyes.
Yep.
Sea creatures with no eyes because it's dark as hell.
They
got
got
radars.
Radars. That's how they travel. Antennas. What you doing down there? I'm not going down there.
Messing with people home.
Not me.
You said this fish down there with no eyes.
A what?
You said this fish down there with no eyes. They use
This fish down there with no eyes, man.
A lot of teeth, though.
Let them see.
A lot of
Nothing for them
teeth,
to
though.
see. It's dark as hell. You down there. Come on, man. Read.
By understanding hath he established the heavens.
Wait. He said, the Lord by wisdom had founded the earth. By understanding had he established the heavens. Go ahead, read.
By his knowledge.
By his knowledge.
The depths are broken
The depths are broken up. The depths was divided. The depths, the abyss, the ocean depths.
Split it up.
Split up
Put it in sections.
into sections. God divided it and split it up
According to his knowledge.
according to his knowledge. Let's read.
And the clouds drop down the dew.
Hmm.
My son, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
Uh-oh. He said, my son.
Discretion.
He said, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom. Keep wisdom and discretion. Two things that man told his son to keep.
Sound wisdom.
Wisdom and discretion. What is discretion? Because we don't have that. We don't have discretion. We don't have discretion.
No.
Nobody has discretion. Guess what? That's another quality that would draw God's attention towards you. A quality that man today don't have.
That's where the word
A quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Be discreet when you're talking and when you're angry.
discreet, that's the word.
Be discreet. Don't allow your emotions to get the best of you and you start running your mouth and saying the wrong thing. Don't allow your emotions to get the best of you and you do the wrong thing.
Talk about it.
We don't have discretion. Because if you had discretion, certain things you won't say to certain people.
That's
Certain
right.
things you won't say to nobody.
That's right.
Certain things you won't say to nobody.
That's right. Talk about
Okay?
it. Talk
It don't
about it.
say thou shalt be discreet. Nowhere in the law said that.
Nowhere in the law.
But when you read in Proverbs, it shows you the ways of God. It shows you the ways that God has accepted here. So certain things, hey, look at me, brother. Certain things I won't tell you.
Say it again, man.
Certain things I won't say to you, man.
Say it again, man.
Because I have discretion.
Say it again, man.
Certain things I won't do to you. Because I have discretion.
Man, get out.
Yeah, I got discretion.
Cheers.
Yeah, I ain't patting myself in the back. I'm discreet.
Me too, brother.
Me too. But yet you want to look at that man that decided to serve God and call him wicked because he ain't good in your eyes. Crazy man.
Man, I made my
Crazy,
mind up,
man.
bro.
Crazy. Let's read, man.
So shall they be life unto thy soul.
So shall what?
So shall they be life unto thy soul,
Uh-huh.
and grace to thy neck.
What verse you at?
Verse 23.
So shall they be life unto thy soul. Uh-huh. And grace to thy neck. Uh-huh.
Then shalt thou walk in thy way safely,
Uh-huh.
and thy foot shall not stumble.
Uh-huh.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be
You
afraid.
see the way? You see the way? If I walk with God in a certain way, he will not cause my spirit to stumble. He will not cause me to stumble or to slide or to waver. Those are the things that keep me in that righteous path. They don't know that.
They don't know that.
They don't know that.
They don't know
They don't know that it's certain things that we do in life that will keep you in the path of righteousness. And there is certain things that you do that will keep you out of the way.
They think I got staff enough.
Out of the way.
I said they think I got staff enough.
Out of the way.
Blessed be his holy name.
Let's read.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
Yea, when thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Read.
Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet.
Yeah.
Be not afraid of sudden fear.
So don't be afraid of sudden fear. Don't be afraid of sudden fear.
Easy. Don't panic.
You know what I told my woman? I said, I don't get afraid no more or scared. Whatever it is that God wants to happen, it's going to happen. I'm not worried about nobody. Because if it happens, it's because of my shortcomings with God.
That's right.
That's why it happened.
That's right.
And all I need to do, and God allowed it to happen, so I can bethink myself.
Wake up.
So I can bethink myself and get right.
Smack you back into line.
Stop walking in the way or in a manner that's not accepted by God.
Put you back into the right path.
Put you right back in that right path.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh.
He said, neither of what?
Of the desolation of the wicked.
Where you at, man?
Verse 20.
He said, be not afraid of sudden fear.
Neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh.
Why are you afraid of what's scaring you when it's going down with the wicked? You no need for you to be afraid of that. They ain't messing with you. Thank God. It ain't bothering you. That's why it's going to come a time when all the ones that have decided to serve God, God is going to have to hide them in the grave. You know why? Because when God's wrath pass over, it ain't going to touch the righteous. The wrath of God ain't going to touch them. When it goes down, at that point in time, it ain't going to be nobody on earth. It ain't going to be nobody on earth that have the good in them to serve God. Which means what? We still have, what's the word? We still have a chance. And guess what? And there is some people with a heart to serve God. Yeah. There is some people today with a heart that wants to serve God. That's why God, that's right. And the good is only to serve God.
That's good.
That's the good. That's why God took away Jehoshaphat's son. He said, he said that child got good in him. He said the good in him was to serve me. That's the good. That's right. He said he alone shall see the grave. So I'm taking him. Because if you'd have left him all, if you would have left that child alive, his father would have taken him. He would have corrupted him. That's right. That's right. Let's read.
Verse 26.
Yeah.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence. When God is your confidence, you rely on God.
Everything, tell me.
Everything. Everything is put on God.
Everything.
Let's read.
And shall keep thy foot from being taken.
From being captured.
That's right.
From being caught.
That's right.
From being captured. From being caught.
That's right.
So now I ain't never going to jail. God gonna deal with me.
That's right.
When your confidence is in God,
Right.
you do something wrong, God deal with you.
That's
He don't allow you to get put in the hands of the people.
Right.
Let's read.
Withhold not good from them to whom it is due.
Withhold not good from them to whom it is due. If this God did good to you, it's only right for me to do good to him. I can't forget that.
We turn to evil.
People forget the good you did for them.
But people forget the good. Listen,
Don't
one thing that don't die is when a person do good for you. When a person do good to you, you can't forget that.
You can't hate them.
And when a person do good for you, it calls you to restrain. It puts certain restraints on yourself and say, well, you know what?
Exceptions will be made.
I gotta chill out. This person has done good to me. I gotta let that pass. I gotta let that pass. But we don't have good in us. We don't have good in us. We don't want to serve God. We You don't want to serve God.
Say it again, brother.
God.
We don't want to serve God.
And when I say let that pass, it means an offense.
Yeah.
Something, an offense.
Yeah.
Person look at you, curse you out, and you know what? I ain't gonna worry about that. You did me good. You did something to offend me, and you said this and you said that to me, and you did this and you did that to me. I'm gonna let that pass.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you let it pass, and just so that you don't offend them, you gotta put a separation. Because you're the only one with the mentality of God.
You open now.
You're the only one with the mentality of God. So therefore, to keep me from not being like you, I put distance.
Distance. Get away from me. Make the right choice.
Let's read.
Monkey.
Withhold not good from them to whom it is due.
Withhold not good from them
To whom
it was due.
When it is in the power of thine hand to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again.
These laws shows you who you are. These laws show you how you should be and how you shouldn't be.
Right.
But evil people look, you know, I've been seeing this all the years of my life. Not only this camp, everywhere. Shema, DCB, Beit Shalom, Patrick and Green, all these camps. And I've been to all these camps where people sit and they don't take in the Lord to be better. They listen to
criticize.
To criticize.
Come in and criticize.
Criticize.
Yeah.
And then look at you and say,
Yeah.
you was talking about me.
Yeah.
Shoe fit, nigga. Fit.
What if you?
Wake up,
You know that? That's not
think,
good.
You gotta think if you always
That's
think
not
somebody
good, man.
Yeah.
That's not
so man
good.
think it's so easy.
That's not good. You know how many times I sat in those seats and certain things were said and I did it?
Yeah.
I didn't get mad at the teacher.
That's right.
And even when the teacher knew I did something, I still took it for me to get better with God.
That's a wickedness.
That was something that needs to be said. God pulled his tongue to say that so that I can make myself better. I didn't allow my pride, and that's why we can't accept. Because once we hear certain things, your pride increase.
That's a wickedness you don't have in you, brother.
Your pride increase. Your pride increase. And then when your pride increase, you're not going to accept it.
Right.
You ain't going to accept it.
Yeah.
You ain't going to accept it. Let's read.
Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again.
Say not unto your neighbor, go and come again.
And tomorrow I will give, when thou hast it by thee.
Oh, man. God, that's wisdom. Far more or less, you do that to your own siblings,
Crazy.
your own brother, your own sister.
Kids.
I didn't have it. I said, I didn't have it.
Kids.
But my sister needed it. So you know what? I ain't tell her I ain't have it. I'm shortening myself so I can please you. So that God can see me in time later. God will see you in need. And then he will look out for you. And that's how it works. That's how it works. The book said that. Let's read.
Devise not evil against thy neighbor.
Devise not evil against thy neighbor.
Seeing
Wait a minute. You know what devise means? Stop conjuring thoughts in your head about people. Stop conjuring evil thoughts. You done sat in that chair and stirred up thoughts, vile and corrupt thoughts about a person.
Devise the plan.
And then you conjured up thoughts in your brain. And then you allowed yourself to really believe it.
Yeah. Weirdos, man.
Do we know that's a sickness of the mind?
Weirdos.
God said, no, that's the plague of the mind, man.
Yeah.
You know what the plague of the mind is? When your thoughts,
Yeah.
Make a heathen a heathen.
man, I can't do it no more.
Man
Man.
conjure up his own story and believe it. Ain't got people believing it.
Yo,
Man, weirdos, man.
devise not evil against thy neighbor.
Weird.
Right? Seeing he dwelleth securely by thee. Listen, I'm with you, man. He's in safety. But you conjuring up thoughts against a person, and you made yourself believe those thoughts that you conjured up about the person, and the person look at you and say, man, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
That didn't happen, man.
Yeah.
He said it didn't go down like that.
Yeah.
I didn't do this.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. But because you believe it,
And then you got the
it gotta be true.
Yeah. Then you got the jockeys that just jump on it and believe. Talk about it, John.
Proverbs and Psalms is the ways of God.
Talk about it, John.
And you can't understand that without a guide.
Talk about it, John.
You ain't gonna know the ways of God without your guide. Without the guide or that man or that person showing you the ways of God.
God put in
You
charge.
think you know. You don't know nothing. Because me and your level, or you and this person level, is two different things. You're not on that person level.
Right.
Say it again, brother.
We on different levels with God.
Different levels with God, bro.
So my understanding is more deeper than yours.
If you're on different levels with God,
It's more deeper than yours.
Sound wisdom will come.
Do what I say.
Let's read.
I want to hear what you think. Do what I say.
Seeing he dwelleth securely body,
Strive not with a man without cause.
strive not with a man without cause. Strive, quarrel, plead. Don't strive and quarrel and plead for no reason, without cause. There's no reason for this argument to be going on.
Talk about it.
So argument stirred up.
Talk about it.
There's no reason for that. Let's read.
Strive
If he
not
had done thee no harm. That's the next question. Okay, all right, brother. You say your piece. Did I offend you?
Yeah.
Whose ox have I took it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yo, man. Yo. Yo.
Envy thou not the oppressor. Tom She.
and choose none of his ways.
Don't choose his ways. Tom
For
She.
the forward is abomination to the Lord.
For the froward is an abomination to God. What is froward? Froward means to be against, crooked, pervert, to cause to turn aside or away from what is good or true, or morally good or right. Moral principles of right and wrong behavior. Tom She.
For the forward is abomination to the Lord, but his secret is with the righteous.
His counsel, his secret is with the righteous. He said, but the froward, being a pervert, is an abomination to God. What is an abomination? Detestable. Detestable in the eyes of God. Hated in the eyes of God. That's what that means. Go ahead.
The curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked, but he blessed the habitation of the just.
Well, he blessed the habitation of the just. Tom She.
Surely he scorneth the scorners.
Surely he scorneth the scorners. The word for scorner means mock or to joke the scorner. But he giveth grace unto the lowly. He giveth grace unto the humble, to the afflicted.
Right. The wise shall inherit glory. The shame shall be the promotion of fools.
Okay, let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 25. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 25. Got it? 1 Samuel chapter 25.
And Samuel died, and
Yeah.
all the Israelites were gathered together and
Yeah.
lamented him, and
Yeah.
buried him in his house at Ramah.
Yeah.
And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran.
Uh-huh.
There was a man in Maon whose possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was sharing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail.
Uh-huh.
And she was a woman of good understanding.
Uh-huh.
And
Now the name of the man was Nabal. This was a churlish man with a righteous woman. You can have an evil and wicked man, but the woman is righteous, which is a mismatch. He said, and the name of his wife was Abigail.
And she was a woman of good understanding.
Good understanding.
And of a beautiful countenance.
Let's understand that. So this was a character of a righteous woman, a woman with virtue. What is good understanding? Good understanding was what? Prudence, good sense, which means a woman can also have prudence. A woman can also govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. But the use of reasoning is using the reasoning of God, not your ways, not your own reasoning. We cannot govern and discipline ourselves with our own reasoning. We gotta govern and discipline ourselves with the reasoning of the God of heaven and earth. For crying out loud. Your reasoning means nothing. Sickness. Okay? Beautiful countenance. Okay? Beautiful countenance. Let me go back now. Nabal means churl, impolite and mean-spirited person, which means that's a way that we cannot be. If I get crazy, it's because you made me crazy, or because the person made that person crazy. That don't mean you got that mean-spirited on all of it. You got the person like that.
Talk about it.
Okay, good understanding. Tobat Sekel. Good, pleasant, agreeable. Attributes of this woman. Those are attributes that the woman needs to acquire. That's why God gave her the book, gave us this book, man. To learn how to be. God gave us this book, and he gave us examples in the book of men who we need to follow. And he gave the woman examples. He gave the women examples of women of who they need to follow. Good means approved of. The only way to be approved or to be accepted is to follow God.
That's right.
Is to follow his laws. Guess what? God gave the commandment to man to keep his laws and his commandments. And he gave the command to woman to desire her husband. And when you desire your husband, you follow in the way that your husband has set, because he's the guide.
Right.
He's the man of the house.
Right.
He's the guide. He is who God is going to come to show you
You hear it?
or to show the children. God ain't going to come to you over the husband.
Right. Break it down.
Very rare that happened. Very rare. Very rare. Very rare. In the ancient world. Now, today, it ain't happening at all.
At all.
Make that clear. Thank you.
Pleasant means to be agreeable and considerate. Agreeable, willing and ready to agree or consent to, as long as he's not showing you things or leading you to destruction out of the path of righteousness. Right? What is good sense? A discerning awareness. Abigail was aware of trouble of the trouble that was concerning Nabal.
See it coming.
So by you being my wife or by you being this person's wife, you have to be aware of you got to be aware of his protection, whether he's in trouble, whether he's in, you know what I'm saying? You got to be aware of those things. Why? Because we won. And that's what Nabal and Abigail was. There was one. Tamshi. Now the countenance, To'ad, right? Good, beautiful countenance, right? To'ad. It means countenance, demeanor, expression. What is your demeanor? Outward behavior. Your demeanor is your outward behavior. It includes the way you stand.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we talking about body language now.
Yeah.
Holy-
It includes the way you stand,
Read body language real good.
the way you sit,
Uh-oh.
the way you
The
talk,
way you're looking at me.
your facial expression.
Uh-oh.
A good demeanor, you will conduct yourself in a certain way. And that's for men and women. Man and woman. No, I won't act that way because it ain't good for a man to act that way. No, I won't act that way because it ain't good for a woman with respect to act that way. No, I'm not gonna make and screw my face up like that because it ain't good for a woman to move that way. It's not pleasant.
That's right.
No, I ain't gonna say this because it ain't good. That's man and woman. Time sheet. And that's what Abigail had. Abigail. Time sheet.
But the man was churlish.
The man was churlish.
Evil in his doings.
And evil in his doings.
And he was of the house of Caleb.
Time sheet.
And David heard in the wilderness that Nabal did share his sheep. And David sent out 10 young men. And David said unto the young men, get you up to Carmel
Get you up to Carmel and go to Nabal.
and greet him in my name. And thus shall ye say to him that liveth in prosperity, peace be both to thee.
Peace be both
Peace
to thee.
be to thine house.
Peace be thy house.
And peace be unto all that thou hast.
I want something from you. If I want something from you, I gotta come peaceably. I can't come to you with this raunchy, crazy spirit. No, I'm not giving it to
You're
you.
not gonna get what you want like that.
You're not gonna get what you want like that.
Sorry, it's not gonna work. You're gonna frustrate yourself.
You're not gonna get what you want like
You're not gonna
that.
get what you want like that.
The way of getting what you want, you gotta come peaceably.
Right.
Easy.
That's right.
Not sarcastic.
With some patience.
Come with
Some
patience.
patience also. Put a little
Uh-huh.
patience in it.
Right?
And now I have heard that thou hast shearers. Now thy shepherds which were with us, we hurt them not. Neither was there aught missing unto them all the while they were in Carmel.
He said, listen, he said, your shepherds, he said, we didn't hurt them. All the while we was in Carmel, we didn't hurt them. We was a wall to them. We protected them. Tom Sheet, which means I did you good. Tom Sheet.
Ask thy young men,
Uh-huh.
and they will show thee. Wherefore let the young men find favor in thine eyes, for we come in a good day.
Uh-huh.
Hereby pray thee, whatsoever cometh to thine hand and to thy servants, and to thy son David.
Uh-huh.
And when David's young men came, they spake to Nabal according to all those words in the name of David, and ceased. And Nabal answered David's servants and said, who is David? Who is the son of Jesse?
Nabal said, man, who is David? Who is the son of Jesse? Uh-huh.
There be many servants nowadays that break away every man from his master.
Uh-huh.
Shall I then take my bread and my water and my flesh that I have killed for my shearers and give it unto men whom I know not whence they be? So David's young men turned their way and went again and came and told all those sayings. And David said unto his men, gird ye on every man his sword.
Uh-huh.
And they girded on every man his sword, and David also girded on his sword. And there went up after David about 400 men, and 200 abode by the stuff.
Right.
But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master, and he railed on them.
Railed on them. You know what railed means? He screamed at them. Huh?
What's wrong with you, man?
To revile means verbal abuse or abusive language, or scold in harsh, insolent, abusive language. That's what made Nabal churlish.
Right.
Nabal was churlish and his ways was wicked and evil, but God ain't like it.
Right.
So the book shows us a way that we need to be. Now he railed and screamed at the service of King David. Later on when we read, God gave him a heart attack. But the only reason why God don't kill you for it is because you're not that close.
That's right.
He don't care about you.
That's right.
You ain't that close. Some sheep.
But the men were very good unto us, and we were not hurt. Neither missed we anything, as long as we were conversant with them when we were in the fields. Then they were a wall unto us both by day and night. And all the while we were with them keeping the sheep. Now therefore no one consider what thou wilt do, for evil is determined against our master.
Now go to verse 21. He said, evil is determined against our master. So Abigail went to go gather food, gather everything to go meet David. Because David on his way. Verse 21.
Now David had said,
look what David said.
Surely in vain have I kept all that this fellow hath in the wilderness, so that nothing was missed of all that pertained unto him, and he hath requited me evil for good.
You see that? You see that? He said, I did all this in vain. I did you good in vain, because I did you good and you returned me evil for the good that I did for you. Which means when you do a person good and when you do good to people, you in return, you return the favor by doing good to them.
That's right. That's right.
And when people don't have that mentality, you have to separate yourself. You know why? Because you're the only one that's going to be doing good. But the person ain't going to be, he ain't thinking to do good back to you and return it back to you. He going to stab you in your back. Let's read.
So and more also do God unto the enemies of David, if I leave of all that pertain to him by the morning light, any that pisseth against the wall. And when Abigail saw David, she hasted and lighted off the ass, and fell before David on her face, and bowed herself to the ground.
You see that? God prevented David from causing mayhem, because he was going to kill everybody. Everybody was dead. But when God prevented him, that's only because he had gained favor in the eyes of God. Which means he had gained the attention of God. And because he gained the attention of God, God guided his foot towards the right and correct way. Tom She.
Then he fell at his feet and said, upon me, my Lord.
Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Abigail jumped off, lighted off the ass, and she fell before David on her face and bowed herself in the ground and fell at his feet. You know what that is? That's total humbleness. The woman jumped off the ass and prostrated herself and grabbed his foot. Said what she had to say. That's humbleness. Go ahead, read.
Upon me, my Lord. Upon me, let this.
While she's saying all that, she prostrated. Upon me, my Lord. Upon me, let this iniquity be. And let thy handmaid, I pray thee.
Speak in thine audience. And hear the words of thy handmaid. Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this wicked man, even Nabal. For as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and following is with him. But I thine handmaid saw not the young men of my Lord, whom thou didst send. And therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing El had withholden thee from coming to shed blood, from avenging thyself with thine own
avenging thyself with thine own hand. Now let thine enemies and let they that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal. So God prevented him from revenging and avenging himself.
Right.
Which means what? We can only seek vengeance at the outsiders. Ones that is not serving the same God you serve. But my brother, me and you brothers, and we serving the same God, and you offend me, I'm gonna put this before you. I'm not gonna take vengeance and do it back to you.
That's a fact.
Because it put me in the same category with you. I'm gonna separate myself. You stay over there, and I'm gonna stay over here.
That's a fact.
crabbed out.
That's a fact.
Let's read.
Stay away from it.
And now this blessing which thy handmaid hath brought unto my Lord, let it even be given to the young men that follow my Lord.
Uh-huh.
I pray thee, forgive the trespass of thine handmaid, for El will certainly make my Lord a sure house, because my Lord fighteth the battles of El, and evil had not been found in thee all thy days. Yet a man is risen to pursue thee, and to seek thy soul, but the soul of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of life with El, thy El, and the souls of thy enemies, them shall he sling out as out of the middle of a sling.
What verse you at?
30.
Bad.
And it shall come to pass when El Israel shall have done to my Lord according to all the good that he had spoken concerning thee, and shall have appointed thee ruler over Israel, that there shall be no grief unto thee.
That there shall be no grief. The word for grief is pourquoi.
Yeah.
It means a stumbling block.
Yeah.
That this cannot be a stumbling block. You know what a stumbling block is? A stumbling block is something that leads you astray, leads you away from God. And that's what a stumbling block is. We do things that, when you do things, that pushes you further and further away from God.
Yes, sir.
That's what a stumbling block is. He said that this shall be no grief unto thee, nor offense of heart unto my Lord. I that thou hast shed blood causeless,
For that my Lord had avenged them. And when
avenged himself.
avenged himself. And when El Israel shall have dealt well with my Lord, then remember thine handmaid.
He said, when God deal good with you, he said, remember me.
Yeah.
Abigail said, don't forget me. Go ahead, read.
And David said to Abigail, Blessed
Be the
be
Lord
El
God of
Israel,
Israel
which has sent thee this day
to meet me.
And blessed be thy advice,
Blessed be thy advice. Blessed be thy
Thou.
reasoning.
and blessed be
And blessed
thou,
be thou.
which hath kept me this day from coming to shed blood,
Uh-huh.
and from avenging myself with mine own hand.
Uh-huh.
For in very deed as El Israel liveth, which hath kept me back from hurting thee, except thou hadst not come to meet me, except thou hastest and come to meet me, surely then I have been left unto Nabal by the morning like any that pissed against
He
the
said,
wall.
man, if you didn't come and stop me, I would have wiped everything out.
Anybody dead.
Everything would have been wiped out, but God got in the way and stopped them, because that would have put a block and a blemish on his spirit. That would have pushed them further and further away from God. Further from God.
So David received of her hand that which she had brought them, and said unto her, Go up in peace to thine house. See, I have hearkened to thy voice, and have accepted thy person.
Uh-huh.
And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he held a feast in his house, like the feast of a king.
Uh-huh.
And Nabal's heart
was merry within him. Uh-huh.
but he was very drunk.
He was drunk. Read.
Wherefore she told him nothing,
Less or more until the morning light. Do we understand that?
Right. Understood.
Do we understand that?
Yes, sir.
The man held a feast in his house and he was drunk. He's enjoying himself. So because Abigail had what wisdom, she was so wise that she knew that this is not a time to tell Nabal this.
Right.
This is not a time to tell my husband this. Let me wait. Let me hold off and wait until the suitable time to say it. Because it ain't always a time to say and do certain things.
That's right.
Sometimes it's not the time to say it. Sometimes you got to hold your tongue and not say that. Sometimes you got to hold yourself back and not do that.
That's right.
But guess what? The wicked don't know time. It's like Solomon said, time for everything.
That's right.
It's a time to speak, and a time to shut up. It's a time to walk and a time not to walk. It's the time to die and the time to live. It's a time to eat and a time not to eat. It's a time for everything.
It's a time to wake up.
Break it down.
It's a time for everything. King Solomon, all wise, said that. It's a time for everything, man. So we got to consider that also. Tom, see?
37. But it came to pass in the morning when the wine was going out of Nabal, and his wife had told him these things, that his heart died within him, And he became as a stone.
Heart attack. Who you think gave him that heart attack? God did. Why? Because his ways wasn't pleasing with God. He was a churlish man. And he did things that was not right by God. He said what? And it came to pass
about 10 days after that Israel smote Nabal.
And he died. Tamshi.
And when David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, "Blessed be Israel that had pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and that kept his servant from evil. For Israel had returned the wickedness of Nabal upon his own head." And David sent and communed with Abigail to take her to him to wife. And when the servants of David were come to Abigail to Carmel, they spake unto her, saying, "David sent us unto thee to take thee to him to wife." She arose and bowed herself on the face of the earth.
Let's go to Psalms 119. Psalms 119. From the top. Got it?
I'm gonna take that task in, man. This week I'm gonna learn the Roman numerals. Just how to use the book.
Got it?
Yeah. That's Psalms 119.
Uh-huh.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way. Who's blessed? This is who's going to tell you who's blessed. Right? The undefiled, the word undefiled is temimeh. Tamim, perfect. Blessed are the perfect in the way of God. That person is blessed.
Now we got something.
That person is blessed.
Just don't get randomly blessed.
If you ain't perfect in the ways and the laws and the commandments of God, you ain't blessed.
Don't bless up yourself.
You ain't
You're
blessed.
just here.
And with that, I hope everybody got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call up the next speaker. Teacher indeed, Chief Recon Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect, chief men, prince men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters and visitors. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to go right into the book of the law. Okay? All you're going to hear about is what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. What you're supposed to eat and what you can't eat. How you're supposed to think, how you're not supposed to think. There are do's and don'ts here. There are do's and don'ts that have been commanded by God. Most of your time on this planet is to be fulfilling that. So that means that you got to do a lot of, what the man says, be aware of yourself, right? So you got to be doing a lot inside here, sitting down during the week, telling yourself, okay, boom, you know yourself, I know myself, right? This is how I can't be no more from this point on. And be on top of it, because as soon as you say things out your mouth, you're being challenged. You are man. You have been made in the form of God. Okay? So you have certain things in you that you can activate and deactivate. Righteousness
can only be activated in the performance of the commandments. And in doing these commandments, you learn how to have certain ways that we all have that God don't like. Didn't your mother or your father ever tell you, I don't like when you like that?
Yeah.
I don't like when you say that. I don't like when you do that. No, yeah, that's yours. Right or wrong?
Yes.
It doesn't please them. Okay? And that's what God does with these commandments. All right? Leviticus chapter 19 is going to be the first chapter.
And then Israel speak unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, You shall be holy, for I, Israel, your El, am holy. You shall fear every man his mother.
Okay, first of all, in order to do anything else, you have to have your mind made up, because you're going to have to be holy. To be holy is to be separate from everybody. When you serve God, you're separate to the people in the world. Okay. When you serve God, you are separate to how people think. When you serve God, you are separate to what people eat. When you serve God, you look different. When you serve God, you don't cut your hair. You don't take haircuts. You don't shave. When you serve God, you don't cross-dress. When you serve God, you don't wear men's clothes. When you serve God, you don't eat blood and fat. When you serve God, you honor his commandments. You honor his Shabbat and the rules that come along with it. When you serve God, these are the things that you have to do for the rest of your life. That's what's going to make you holy. Then you are ready now to do these things, because you're going to be the only one doing it in your family. You're going to be the only one doing this in the congregation. You're going to be the only, I say in the congregation, I've seen where it says, thou shalt not eat with the blood. And one man refused to do that, but everybody else ate with it. So that's why I said it could be one person amongst a congregation. That's usually how it be. Back then, the whole Israel was good at a certain time. Then after they fell, we only had individuals and their families. Right. After that, it wasn't families no more. Right. After that, it just become individuals. So now you got people who grew up not knowing God. Right. And only one person out there, whole family, descendants, get the opportunity to know about the Most High, what he required. You see how it dwindled down? Every generation is less people that's going to be serving God on this planet. It's going to be more people committing wickedness and evil acts. It's getting worse, y'all. No, it's getting worse. I'm hearing things that I've never even thought to imagine. Okay? Time sheet. He said, speaking to the children of Israel, saying to them, ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Now, after being holy, after deciding, I don't want to be like these people no more, the first thing you got to do is fear your mother and father. If you wasn't talking to them, but people stop talking to their mother. People stop talking to their father. People stay away from them. People avoid them. And tell them stuff that they don't like, so you don't see them for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. These are the things that you can't tell. And I'm talking about grown-ups.
Grown men.
All the little ones, they get beaten. Say, hey, man, I'm your mother. Right or wrong. I'm not talking. This was not for little children. He said, ye shall fear. He's speaking of men. That's who he's speaking to right now. And then the men taking and bringing it into their homes. Right now, he's speaking to men. He said, speaking to all the congregation of the children of Israel. And these were adults. He wasn't teenagers or children he was talking to. He said, all of you have to fear your mother and father. You don't have no fear for your father. You have no fear for your mother. Everything they tell you to do, you do the opposite. That's your pride. You're going to learn about what pride is today. That is your pride. Your pride gets in the way of every commandment. You know that? When you don't follow these commandments, you don't follow your mother and your father's commandments, that's your pride getting in the way. But not allowing myself, I don't want to do it, but because what? Because God say do it, or because my father say do it, or my mother say do it, I break my spirit. That's what you call breaking yourself. I break myself to do what I was commanded by my authorities, which is God, Father, and Mother. Yeah. And those are the only ones that could give me a command. Those are the only ones that I break my spirit for. You understand me?
Yes.
Because we do that for other people. Men do it for their children and their wives. Okay? Wives turn on their father and husband to marry a man he told them not to. Yeah. Yeah. Let's be real with ourselves. We break our spirits for the wrong ones. When we're supposed to be breaking it for God, mommy, and daddy. Right. The three that we are commanded, those are the commands. We ain't got to follow nobody else's command. All right? All the commandments you're going to live by come from them. But we don't break ourselves to listen to God. So we're not going to break ourselves to listen to Father and Mother. You pick and choose.
Right.
And then you talk strong.
Yeah.
That's what we do. Break yourself. It's the only person that can talk to me this way. My father can insult me. Yeah. We was just talking about insulting, right? And offensive things. But my father can say anything he wants to me. And I should be able to say anything I want to my son and my daughter, even if I offended it. Sometimes you got to get offended by your parents and insulted by them to snap you out of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do it so you could be reminded of who they are. Right or wrong?
Yes,
That's right. Teach.
But then you have those that don't have, so they won't know. And what we tell them, you'll find out when you get. You'll find out when you have your own house and your wife and your daughter and your son. You gonna want respect. Am I right or wrong?
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta respect and honor what I say. But you didn't do that in the house on your come up. You didn't honor what your father and mother said. Still don't. That's why this is the first thing we got right here. Before we get into the idols and all that, because you ain't going to do none of that if you can't follow what God, mother, and father say. It said, don't forget the commandments of your father. He has a different set of commandments, okay, for you. No. He ain't tell you. He told you. You can't look at this man and require that from him.
No.
Because he did not command. He commanded it of you. You have to stick to your order. Stick to it. Mothers say, yo, a lot of times they give, parents give orders, commands, requests, what to do and not to do, what to allow, what not to allow. When they leave here, when they die, don't let this one do this either. Right or wrong?
Right.
Don't let this happen. Keep this going. Keep that. See what I said? Don't let no. Well, mommy and daddy do that when they're about to leave here. Those are their commandments also. It has to be. And look, I gotta respect that, man. I gotta respect. People don't like when you respect your father. You know that, right? People don't like when you respect your mother because you're not listening to them. I've seen it. So you break your spirit and follow their command. You'll be able to follow the rest of these commandments. You will be able to conquer the rest of these because they're really not about nothing. You got to be able to, because people have pride. Once you can break that pride dealing with your father and your mother, now you can get into the rest of these commandments. Tamshi. It said, turn ye not unto idols. How do I turn? No. You shall fear every man his mother and father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Right after that, now it's the Sabbath. The Sabbath, right? I can't declare an event or a new title on that day, on this day.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Because you know what I'm doing, right? I'm taking the honor away from the Sabbath. It's not about the Sabbath now too much no more, right? Rules of the Sabbath will be bent on the occasion that you made on Shabbat. We can't make no occasions and no events, no special parties, no special titles. This is the Shabbat day. You can't call this day nothing other than the Shabbats. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
You can't do special things today.
No.
Today is the one day I don't visit the sick. Okay? I don't do seminars on this day. Going to speak to people about God. No. There's still heathens, outsiders. That is not counted. I don't go on tours and trips and vacations on the Shabbat day.
Yeah.
Everybody go on vacations now. Vacations, paycations. Got all types of vacations now. Airbnb this, everybody Airbnb and going crazy. Oh yeah, I'm out of town, man. No. But where are you at? Are you congregating right now? Wait till after the Shabbat and travel. Then you got a whole week. Doesn't that sound good?
Yes, sir.
That's what I usually do. If I know I'm going out of town, I wait till tonight. Shoot out Saturday night.
Right.
I shoot out Saturday night. There's no way I'm not going to be able to be here in town for Shabbat. If it's on your mind and that's what you want, that's what you're going to get. You're going to be here. Okay, so at the end of the week, Thursday coming in.
Time to go.
Time to go.
Time to go.
And now I got to be close to where it's at.
Man, get out my face.
Think about it, man.
Man, get out my face, man.
The Shabbat is Wusu.
Different level, right?
Now, after you get this down, Pat, you're not going to recognize no other day as holy as the Shabbat day. There is no other day holy like the Shabbat day. The Shabbat day is the only day that God gave a name to. First day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, the Shabbats. I'm going to say it again. No events, no special, nothing special on this day. This day stays the same. That's how you honor it. That's how you keep it. Tumshi. Verse 4.
Turning it out into idols.
How do I turn into an idol? By following the customs, commands, descriptions, and everything that go along with the people who follow the idol. Because the idol can't talk, it don't live. It's the people that made that idol and made the rules that go with it. So when you follow them people, you turn to the idol. Anything that you follow out there, anything that you follow and do or believe in or celebrate, you turn to the idol. You didn't have to bow down. You don't have to have an idol in your house at all. But when you follow the customs, when you follow their ideas, when you follow how they think, their fun, their days, their ways, you turn to that idol that they turn to through them. That's how you turn to an idol, man. You don't have to have it in your house because you're not supposed to have them in your house either.
Nah, just shave your head like Caesar.
You turn to another idol. You turn to another idol, and the idol that you turn to is Caesar. Because that's his haircut in honor of Apollo, the sun god. Yeah. And he considered himself the sun god. So certain fashions, okay, will be honored to the person of that idol, the person that represented that idol. God told these people, don't hate the Egyptians, okay, because you were strangers in their house, okay? You begged to go back to slavery, didn't they? It was a bit of quiet at first when they got out. When they seen there was no food, no water, what they said, man, what is God? We should have died in Egypt. I'd have been better off in Egypt. I'd have better off in New York. That's what they saying. Okay? Because over there in New York, I could go to the store any time of the day, any time of the night. See, it's easier for me over there. I can get this. I can eat this. I can get this. This is right here. This is nothing out here. That's what they were saying. All right? And that was blasphemy.
Yeah.
Towards God. With God that I had. God, you should have let me die. You shouldn't have did these great things in your name. See the discredit you do? They said you shouldn't have did that because he did all that to show the world who he is and how great his name is. And that those idols are idols of nothing. That's why the plagues went down that way. Each plague, look, Nile River turns to blood. The Nile River was a god to the Egyptians. Second plague, frogs. Frogs was a god of fertility. Anybody ever watched the Apollo show? You notice people come on, they rub a log. There's a log sitting there. I mean, that thing been there since when TV was in black and white. When Apollo was first there. James Brown was hot. That log been there. Every celebrity go up there. Everybody amateur, every talent, everybody go up there and brush that log. Well, good luck.
Don't even work.
Let me tell y'all what really good luck really come from. It come from fertility gods. Fertility means things that will make a man potent to get a woman pregnant, and a woman will be able to bear and have and conceive seed. That's where the fertility come from, right? And they say, oh, they brothers for good luck, but no, it really came from frogs. Somehow the frog became the god of fertility. All right? And they had worship to frogs. That's why God overloaded them in the second plague of frogs to show them this is not God. This is a creation of mine that I told you to have dominion over. Okay? Lice. Lice was an enemy of theirs. It wasn't a god of theirs. It was an enemy of theirs because they had straight hair. People with straight hair, lice will get you. Us black people with nappy hair, dreads and all that, that ain't going. They can't live in there. They can't maneuver. But with people with straight hair, lice will get the whole. I've been in a house where everybody got straight hair, and I'm the only one with nappy hair. Lice got everybody except me and my brother. So we got bushy hair, curly, nappy hair. Black people here they call it woolly hair, patchy hair. They can't maneuver up in there like that. The Egyptians were straight-haired people. Okay? It was straight-haired people. They were dark skin, dark reddish with straight hair. But lice was always in their life. So they balded their heads. That's why they balded their heads. The Egyptians was the only people in the ancient world walking around bald. Clean shaven and bald. That is why it's not an Egyptian custom. It was because of hygiene, to keep the lice off of them. You just notice they all had headdresses on to look like hair. All of them wear that. Whoever didn't have that was straight bald. So God said, okay, I'm going to teach y'all a lesson. Lice, not getting rid of it. Then the murrain and the cattle dies. The bull, the cow, and the ox. In the Egypt customary, they are also idols. Yeah, APIS. Okay? They also worship their cattle. Boils. God hit all of them with boils. Boils hurt, man. Boils hurt. They come in different forms. Some come and bleed, some don't. Some leak, some don't. We ain't get no sleep, and they happen to come up in the most most discomfortable places in your body, under your arms, in between your legs, in between stuff in your body, between your toes. Yeah. So he said, boom, hit them, because you know why? They had a god of healing. And you know what the god of healing was? Was an animal. It was an animal. And they used to cut their eyebrows in worship to the animal. That's why we don't cut or shape our eyebrows. Wow. The woman cannot mess with their eyebrows. The men cannot. Why the men mess with the eyebrows? That was a woman thing. That came from cosmetology. Okay? Okay? Certain things women did, right? But in Israel, the women don't mess with their eyebrows. Leave your eyebrows alone, daughters of Zion. Don't wax them. These men wax them too now. They get them shaped up. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, he got beard, he got hair, but then look at his eyebrows.
Yeah.
You can't do that, man. You worshiping dogs and cats that are gods of the dead in Egypt.
They don't believe it.
In the realm of the dead in Egypt, the first one you meet is a jackal.
Guardian of the dead.
The jackal,
Hounds.
the junker is a hound. Come
Clay
on,
hounds.
it's the canine family.
Right. Wow.
And he runs the realm of the dead. Listen, man. When people defy God, they go bugged. All these people in the ancient world went crazy. And that's why we got religion now. And that's why we got, oh, it's just the way of the world. Don't judge me. See? It's all in school. How can I not? We can't judge it. If you can't tell me I'm wrong and I can't tell you wrong,
You just rolling
this
in filth.
ain't gonna last.
Just rolling in filth.
If we can't respect the structure that was set up by a godly man, it's not gonna last. We don't honor nothing. You don't honor the name that you picked. Miss Mama told me one time, you gotta try to fulfill what your name means, man. And you gonna be busy for the rest of your life. Yeah. Everybody got godly names, man. Ain't nobody picked no Kabbalistic names. Right or wrong?
Right.
Even the heathen pick godly names.
Mhm.
Right or wrong?
Absolutely.
Not everybody named Isaiah serve God now.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Why everybody picking all these godly names, but you don't want to go into the attributes?
Break it down.
Oh yeah, I'm Israelite too. Yeah, I know my answers. I'm Israelite. So you're not.
The preacher named Elijah.
You don't observe the Sabbath. You don't do nothing here to identify.
Yeah.
Are you circumcised? No.
Can't judge me out.
But it's in my heart. That is a
Cop out.
That's what you're being fed. To think you good. So you go on by your way. A lot of people are fed that they good and they know how to do this, okay, on their own. And they have their own curriculum on how to do the commandments. That's why you got all these people making books. How are you gonna make a book about the commandments? This is the book.
Good commentary.
No.
This is the book.
You're not.
That's what we used to call it in the camp. The book. Read the book. You never
Daniel.
said Bible.
Daniel.
We said read the book. How are you going to say that? Making that everybody is cashing in.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Yep.
They followed the people of the world and did exactly what they did.
Yep.
I'm going to take a little bit of this and put my spin on it.
Yep.
Spin on it. Take a little bit more of this. Spin on it. Add some salt. Add some this. Put it out there. But that is how God blocks people off. I don't know. How is a man, I'm a servant of God, and I'm doing it, but he don't do nothing, or even know of what he's supposed to do. He refuses the commandments. He refuses, this is not how you do it. The only way is because that spirit's been put on him. It's called the spirit of drunkenness. And then you drunk in law. You're drunk. Okay? Your spirit now is going to act drunk towards this. That's why he said, I'm going to make the whole world drunk. Didn't he? They're going to drink from this cup. Don't expect people to get it. You get it. You have a house. You know what you got to do? You and your household. Don't worry about nobody else. You can't do nothing about it. And that's when you're going to get trouble. Because you can't tell scorners anything. You would say, okay, yeah, I know, I was wrong here too. The scholar never going to admit that he was wrong about nothing. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right.
They not going to admit that he was wrong about nothing. Leave him alone, man. Let him go ahead. Yeah, that's the rest of the world. You got to ignore them. All they're going to do is mess with your peace.
Right.
It be times when everything is at peace.
Thorns.
All they're going to do is mess with your peace.
Come on, thorn in your side. That's it.
So you got to watch people like this. Okay? He said, Mel, he said, turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. Now, you personally made the idol. Molten means, yeah, it had to be melted. So it was made of a certain metal, from tin all the way up to gold. Okay? Gold and silver and brass are metals, but they are called precious metals. They're more valuable than steel. Steel is valuable too now. You know what I'm saying? But the value of gold, copper, brass, silver, copper, okay?
Low
But
grade
less
metals.
nickel that's in it, and nickel is also a metal,
Alloy.
okay? And this is why certain spots had iron. They said they had to go down to the Philistines
Sharp.
to sharpen their farm tools. Because iron sharpened iron. But they had to go down there to sharpen because that's where they call them deposits, the mines,
Right.
quarries.
Flintstones is that.
These are what you call resources.
Right.
Where the gold mine is at. We up in there thinking, this is what God opened up to the Moabites and the Babylonians. When we went against him, he let them go. Oh, yeah, you know what? They got a lot of resources over here. Yeah. The Moabites moved in, took all the corn. So after a while, they had to use barley. Yeah, they took your resources. Now you don't have resources. You have to go downstairs to the store, the supermarket.
Right. The Agne.
And what you're using is not gold no more. They use the shekels, silver shekel, gold. It's paper. Paper. Regular paper now. They switched it all up.
Yeah.
And we are subject to it because of this.
Yeah.
Because of the history that we keep repeating.
Chance.
So that's Kemal Shah. That's up to now. Tamshi.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto El Israel, you shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you
But we can't
offer
do
it.
none of this right now. What most you can do is pray. Pray to the Most High God.
Yeah.
Besides your minkat, the offering, besides those two offerings. Those two are not praying, they're offerings. That has to do with acknowledging and recognizing God and his name. Okay? That's what the minkat and the shakarit is about. In between now is your prayers. It's best for you to use the prayers of the Psalms. David, Hezekiah, when he became king, and they rededicated everything, and they fixed everything up, it said they sung songs of the Psalms of David unto the Lord. Okay? Later on, Josiah came up. Another reform. This time he had to kick sodomites out. Yeah, and they weren't foreigners, they were Israelites.
Right.
Yeah. Okay? Yeah. He went and kicked all of them out, cleaned up everything, and they sung the words of David that's David made into songs to God. This is when God said become holy. Look, this is how holy we are. We don't make up our own prayer. It's already set. Everybody else make their own prayers up. Everybody else could write up stuff. We don't have to. Everything that's written is already here. It's been written already. It's been ordained and established here. This is what it is. And it has been preserved only for people who God sees. Man, you got a heart there. Yeah, you got a heart. You got a good heart, Asa. What he told Asa. So even though you didn't get rid of everything that's not right before me, right? You in your heart is still good. I could see in your heart that you have a heart to what? Serve God.
Yeah.
you're gonna get it all right. So you good. You got good in you. And that's the good that I heard God talk about.
Right, right.
So once you have the heart to serve God, everything else you do is good. It's going to be good according to God now. That's why he took Jeroboam's son. Because he said, took Jeroboam's son because he had good in him. And then that was it. I was like, wow. You know, I'd like to know what that good is.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things that God says good, not just one thing, right or wrong.
Right.
I want to know what that baby had in his heart. Time passed. Reading, studying, reading. Boom! I'm reading about King Asa. And God said, yo, you didn't, he said Asa didn't clear up the high places. He didn't wipe out all the high places. The high places where people go to worship deities and the devil away from the Lord. He didn't clear them all out yet. You still see smoke coming up the mountains. He said, but nevertheless, that's the word he used, God used. He said, nevertheless, I have seen good in you and that you have purposed your heart to serve the Lord. That's what God said.
Made up mind.
You had a made up mind. You went in your mind and said, look, this is what I'm going to follow here, what God said. God said, that's good. That's good in your heart. You have something there to activate towards me. These guys was born with that. Okay? That's why he took Jeroboam's son. He said, oh man, this guy got a heart serving me. But how you gonna learn about me? He ain't gonna learn about me.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna teach that baby that I'm God. Mm-hmm. His father and his mother gonna teach him that Lulu is God, that this is God. That the heavens, the sun, the moon and stars, all of these things, that's what he's going to teach you. He said, man, you can't waste good hearts like that. That's how I see it. God took that. A good heart. Don't feel too bad for all the babies, man. You don't know what God's seeing them. A lot of times he see good in them, he's snatching them up. Because their predicament going to defile them. Like though your kids get old, they start learning wicked ways. And in this society, the first thing they learn is in school. Mm-hmm. All the lewdness, all the cuss words, everything. Whatever they ain't learn at home, they learn in school. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of countering to do. Okay? A lot of countering, man. Remember, we not living in their days. They were able to do these commandments with no restrictions. No, like somebody stopping you, like with no opposition. You're not living in a society that says you can't kill your wife if she committed adultery. You going to jail. They didn't live under these subjugations. They were free people. That's why God told Moses to tell them, no, let my people go. They got to get up out of here.
Keep my laws.
They can't keep my commandments living in your house. So he said, oh man, one time he said, go and take all the, he said, keep the cattle here. Right? Mm-hmm. Moses said, "No, we need our cattle. We need our cattle because we have sacrifices that are required to sacrifice to the Most High. We need our own cattle. Number one, two, they sacrifice their own cattle. All right? They had their own stuff to sacrifice. They didn't go buy from no humans. They didn't go over to the Moabite cow and bought 4 cows from them. That's not accepted. God didn't give you them cows. You know where you got the cows from? You inherited it from your father. All these things was passed down. The law, the commandments, everything. This was passed down. The kingship passed down from the king to his son to his son, to his son. There was no vote. There is no democracy here. This is not the Senate. Tom Sheep.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto El Israel, you shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you offer.
Go down to verse 9.
And when you reap the harvest of your land,
Reap. Means it's gathering time. Okay? He said, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. Don't clear everything out. Don't clear all your sheaves out. You got corn. Probably take 20 stalks of corn, wrap them up. Boom, that's a sheaf. And you leave them on the borders and the corners of your field. That way, on your way back, you pick up. You're just picking up. Boom, you're heading out. That's how farm work was done, even to this day. Okay? So God said, don't wholly reap the corners of your field. All right? Don't fully wipe them out. You got to leave some of those sheaves back. Okay? He said, neither gather the gleanings of thy harvest. Your harvest, your grapes and everything. Don't clear out every grape on the vine. You got to leave some stuff back. Tom Sheep.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. Now shalt thou gather single grapes of thy vineyard.
Every grape, man, there's like 6 grapes left up there. You know how big a vineyard is? You know how big a one vineyard for a grape is? Big, man. A lot of vines. Grapes all over. Smell like wine when you on the ground. But you want every grape off those. You know how much?
Oh no.
You really gonna get it? Man, there's one more left. I'm telling you. Get the ladder. Beat it. Sometimes they beat it. And they'll beat it to nothing there. You can't do that. These are the commandments of God. He said, don't do that. Okay? You gotta leave some back. The hard areas you couldn't get the grapes, leave that stuff there. What poor never leave that there, man? He said, thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. Of who? Is this any poor and stranger will be able to walk up in your yard? In the ancient world, in Israel, who lives next to you? Israel. Who lives next to you over here? Israel. So that's who the poor and the stranger is. You think a poor Moabite was able to travel over across the borders and walk up in your field? Who that?
That old funny
That's
haircut.
an alien, man. Yo, get out of here.
Funny haircut.
Look, he's stealing.
That old Caesar cut.
I'm saying that to say we didn't live in a community around these people, and they didn't live like now. We live in their community. They had their own community, their own neighborhood. The whole hood is Israelited out. The whole hood. They even had ghetto cities.
Like Goshen.
They even had cities that they named ghetto cities. Blew my mind when I read that, man.
Load the
bar. That's nothing.
Tim,
If you go up in there, you got money, we'll get you. There was no law being done there. They were all Israelites, though.
Lewdness.
The cities of Benjamin. Remember what happened there? Levite walked up in there. They wanted to rape him. The men wanted to rape him. Those were Benjamites, Israelites. In the land. Can't put it on the foreigners now and the stranger. No. This is you guys now. This is your thing. The man said, man, I'm not going into no stranger's land of city. I'd rather go. I'm going to the city of my brethren. That was his biggest mistake. He's supposed to be safe amongst his brothers. He's not supposed to feel safe amongst heathens. That's what he was saying. No, I'm not going over there. These guys don't live like that. But we live the same way. I'm going to be safe here. Was he safe there? No. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. He was supposed to be safe there. And that led to an all-out civil war. Look, everybody was wrong. What Benjamin did was made everything come to a head. But the Israelites was wrong too. They were serving other deities, doing other stuff. That's why God let them get beat twice. Then the third time he said, all right, look, listen. And at the end of it, he said, because look, y'all go, so now y'all will know who God is. Get it together. Because all of this is happening because y'all running over to that, y'all running over here, you're running after these guys, you're listening to these guys, you're going, how y'all serve these? You don't want the thing that I gave you. You don't want your own thing. You don't want your own thing. It's our thing. No, here in America, everything black people want is what white people show them, what the slave masters show them, what the heathens show them, what the world show them. They ain't gonna show you this. Time sheet.
I shall even for the poor and stranger, I am of Israel, Yoel. You shall not steal.
That's why we don't have to have ain't nobody walked around with cups.
No.
Beggars.
You don't have beggars in Israel, man. I was able to go to one of my brothers and ask, and he opened up his hands wide. That's also a commandment. He opened up his hands wide enough to give me sufficient for my needs. We held each other down. I didn't look at you and say, look at him, he a bum. Yeah, look at him, and that's your brother. We serve the same thing. We serve the same nation. They didn't get like that. Well, guess what? They don't do that to the heathen. Israelites will go to the heathen. We tear up with each other. Time sheet.
You shall not steal, not to deal falsely.
Do not take nothing that don't belong to you. The juice don't belong to you. What are you doing drinking it?
Right.
At least buy it back. That's why people gotta hide stuff because of thieves. If you borrow something from me, bring it back, man. It's not yours. You don't kept it so long. You don't took so long to bring it back. It's yours now.
That's right. God teaches us how to share and be considerate with each other.
I borrowed $40 from you. I gotta pay you back.
Yeah.
The wicked borrow it and don't pay back.
Right.
Stop desiring things that don't belong to you, because that's what you're really doing.
That's right, brother.
Covered.
They call it friendly extortion in jail. That's what they call it. I ain't muscled it from you. I got it from you. Cool. But you ain't never saw it back again.
Finessed it from me.
Look, after a while, well, you didn't give me that. That's wicked. It's been done to me. I said, wait a minute, hold on. You don't remember? You got the nerve to stand up here and tell me you don't remember? You made a whole scenario that day. You don't remember? Oh, shit, you know what? I gotta stay away from you. I can't kill you. I won't kill you. It's not worthy of murder.
Right.
There's a heathen out there. It's be a different story. So I got an arm's distance. You know, I gotta do this. I can't get too close. It's gonna burn me again. How you forgot? Or how you said it never happened? Oh man, nah, man, I don't remember that like that because you don't remember it didn't happen. So I tell people, just because you don't remember, don't mean it didn't happen. You did say that.
Yeah.
Got witnesses. Neither deal falsely. Deceit. Not telling the whole story.
Telling the wrong story.
Whatever story, good or bad. Please just tell the whole story, man. And admit your fault in it.
Right.
This is what's gonna make all of us better. You understand what I'm saying? I'll be like, you know what? Yeah, I've been in stuff where I say, you know what? I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong for that. Admit your wrongness. Somebody gotta be able to tell you when you're out of place, man. Because we don't need to be around each other, man. Govern yourself and see how far it goes. See how far it goes. And all that comes from pride, man. All that comes from pride. It's making up an excuse. I just don't want you to tell me. I want you to shut up. Go on and do and say my thing. We gotta stop being like that with each other. And if somebody's not like that with you, you ain't gotta be like that with them.
Yeah.
Where all this hate coming from? Man? For real. The treatment of each other is nasty. Nobody's stepping back and taking a breather. Man, give a shoulder and bow out. You leaning more.
Right. Monkey put his head down and bow out.
I admit my wrong, and you know why? You're going more, man.
You wicked.
You don't want nobody to do that to you.
You wicked.
Come on, let's stop treating each other. Treat me how you want to be treated, man.
You have a wicked soul.
That's the godly. God said it. All right? Don't do nothing to me that you don't want done to you. That's so fair. It's very fair, man. When we talking about getting our hearts together, you won't be able to do that if we can't be fair with each other.
That's right.
That's one man said, yo, why we can never pursue peace in any matter? Why every matter gotta go left? Amongst each other? Every issue gotta go that way?
Talk about it.
Nah, man.
It's best for you to keep your distance.
It hurts and it's disappointing.
It's best for you to keep your distance.
All of that. We gotta keep our distance now
Yes,
because I don't want to admit come on, man. It's not how people who serve God behave in front of them. And then it's in front of them. You wonder why they act the way they act with us. So I'm dealing falsely, man. Yo, if you really hate me, if you gotta paint a smile, you don't have to come around me. Be yourself. Be truthful, man.
Yeah.
If there's something I gotta get off, let's get this off. Let's settle it or something, man. God said the unity of brethren, man. The unity of brethren, man. And it's also beautiful in the mothers and the fathers' eyes.
That's right.
Mothers and fathers love to see their kids together. We just like everybody else. All families is like that. Right or wrong. They don't speak to their parents. This brother hate this sister. This sister ain't talked to this sister in 30 years. Just like them. With funny clothes on. Same attitude, some worse. It said neither lie one to another.
Right.
Sarah did not lie.
That's right.
Okay? Leave that alone. Okay? Abraham said, yeah, but you did lie. Okay? And that was it. It was nothing wrong. Abraham said, that's her husband. I said, well, why am I so critical to you and your wife? That's your wife. Why is your wife so critical to me and you're her husband? Uh-oh. All her attention is supposed to be on you. Mind your business. I tell my woman, whatever I get into, whoever I get into, especially family, you mind your business. I tell my children, see your uncles there? You see me and your uncle arguing? You see us fighting? You better speak to him. Mind your business. That's still my brother. That's still my sister. We brothers and sisters argue. We ain't taking it no farther than that, man. You mind your business, son. And you mind your business, daughter. You still gonna speak to your aunt and your uncle and your grandmother and your grandfather, which is my father, which is my mother, which is my brothers, which is my sister. Everybody gotta stay in their place. I tell my wife, no, mind your business. I ain't saying nothing right now. You gonna come and say something. That makes everybody see, oh, okay. One thing, he got that in check. Yeah. I see my father do it. See how my father did it. And we don't do how our father did it. Everything. Law, in the house, everything. He ain't got it yet. He ain't got it yet.
Take time.
But you gonna let it spread, let it keep on to the next generation, to the next generation, and that's what's gonna make this fall. Don't y'all see what's going on? Y'all don't know what's going on. You see what we doing right now? Look. The only one that wants us to do this is God. Y'all get what I'm saying now? There's another one that you can't see either. He does not want this to keep going, okay? I'm just letting y'all know, every individual, okay, that's part of this congregation, does not want this. The adversary does not want this to go on. There's a reason why. Too much truth coming from here, all right? You don't want people to know, okay? The proper way to do these commandments is coming from here. He wants this shut down. Yeah, the same way you shut down. You finally got the shutdown of the temple. Yeah. Where's the offerings of Lord? Where's the offerings of Judah and Jerusalem? Where are they? Where are they? There's no continual burnt offering going on now, man. Tongue sheet.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely.
The only time they swore by God's name, they was gonna kill somebody. Or in dealing with my neighbor's goods, I have to take an oath to the Lord that I have not put my hands to my neighbor's goods. Somebody else did. Because you know, you could come to me and say, Mick, I want you to hold this for me, and I will hold it for you, right? But then I have a thief in my house, not knowingly, and that thief take it or destroy it or something. I, as the owner of the house, is still my responsibility. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
So that's when I take an oath. We didn't just go around saying, swear to God, swear to the Most High. No.
That's right.
Only time I seen it is when man was about to kill somebody. David said, what God do to me and so also. If I don't do this, he swore, all right? They swore they're going to kill somebody.
Right.
That's what I saw a lot of. And other than that, this is when they swore. When somebody's goods got stolen or dispatched or messed up, the one responsible has to swear, okay? Not to you, but you have to be present to hear it out, declare it out by mouth. That's what make it valid, okay? When you hear me say it now, guess what? You gotta leave it alone. If I'm lying, you gonna know. But we dealing with God. God is in the matter now. I'm calling God as a witness. I'm calling God as he will testify that I did not steal it, but I'm lying. So you know what's gonna happen. Do you like getting lied on? What happened when you get lied on? How you feel? Huh? Tight. How you think God feel? You swear in his name on something and you lying, he going, hey, you calling him a liar. You gotta watch these things. Don't swear by his name falsely.
That's crazy.
Because you just want to prove it's not gonna work.
Prove your wicked
Yeah,
ways.
it's not gonna work.
You know your ways.
All right. It said, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. This is why my father they had a gate in a camp years ago. They used to do offerings there. There was a gate. Part of that gate has God's name on it in Hebrew. It wound up years later on the floor, set to go in the garbage. My father saw it and took the pieces that had God's name. Yod Hey Wab Hey. That's the best we could go. You can't say that name. You can't. That's the one thing the Jewish people got right. They say it's the unspoken name. That's why they call God Hashem. The name.
Hey.
Right on.
Hey. YH as well.
Why? You can't say YH.
Niggas think
You can't say JAH.
shorten it.
Because JAH, that's the English pronunciation of YAH. There's no J in Hebrew. So you're saying YAH. You can't do that. No YA nothing. Leave that alone. Stick to what he told Moses.
Why you so bent on calling his name?
He said, I wasn't even known by this name. Yo, hey, wow, hey. God, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not know my name.
Cut off.
And that was my friend. He still ain't know my name. He didn't know my name is Mikael. He knew my name is Rapper.
My nigga cut off.
He didn't know me as Mikael. You know me as Mikael, but you still can't say my name. He said I was known to him as God Almighty. God Almighty. All might, all strength, all righteousness, all truth go to God. He is the all. He made what is. That's why his name is God Almighty. Okay? We are gods on this planet, he said. He said, you are gods, but you fall like princes, because we still got to die. Flesh. But he is God Almighty. He is God over all, over everything. Like we said earlier, you see that word life? God created life. Life comes from him. Okay? So that's why we call him God Almighty. He is too high and too holy for you to be saying his name.
Yeah.
Now, one thing the Jewish people got right, they smart with that one. They said the name. Hashem means the name. Shem means name. They ain't saying his name.
We used to just say El back in the day.
Oh, we say El. El means God. But then we got to define what God you talking about. Because Canaanites call their God El too. A lot of people use that word.
That is right.
They say, God, look, stick to what he said. God Almighty.
That's my name. That's my name.
El Shaddai.
That's what he said.
That's what he said to call him. He just said, I was known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, God Almighty. So that means that's what we call him.
What's wrong with people?
It's a simple procedure. You see, we have so much dirt in us. You don't even see when you're starting to go against a simple command.
Simple command.
It says it right there. He explains it. He said, yo, boom, 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 boom. They didn't even call me that. So we call him other attributes. The dreaded one, the eternal one. Because nobody else can have this title. Who can have the title of the eternal one? Nobody. Nobody's eternal. Nobody is one singular eternal but God. Tamshi.
God should not defraud thy neighbor.
No, defraud means to trick him. To fraud. You're a fraud. You did some fraudulent stuff. You told him one thing and it's another. And you did it to gain. You did it for gain. He said, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. And he ain't talking about sticking him up. Look, you ain't got to go as far as sticking somebody up to rob them. Defraud them out of their goods. Defraud them out their money.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm gonna be here tomorrow at 3 with your pay. I don't come. I defrauded you.
Yeah.
I robbed you.
Yeah.
Why you think he said, man, they robbed me, man. They ain't get my check this minute. Right?
Yeah.
God tell you what Robert is. Robert ain't just sticking up.
Nah. Yeah, you robbed him.
A payment for services
Short
promised
his
to a
wages.
person not given to him.
Yeah, you robbed him.
You robbed him.
He did the service already.
That's why he said, don't defraud your neighbor. Don't run the game on him.
Look, man, rob God.
Yeah. Don't run the game on them and tell them another part we were earlier said, don't tell them come back again tomorrow at this time and you got it right there. You see what come to your head? This is God don't want you to be this way when you get confronted with someone of your brothers in need or this or that. This is how he wants you to deal. This is how he wants you to react. Our reaction is messed up. It's also our reactions to think, oh, wait, I can't react to a situation that God already told me what to do with. My reaction got to be what it said. So we got to call him God Almighty.
Yeah.
Stop thinking. With these commandments, you don't need to think. That's what my father told me. Stop thinking. Because their thinking is wicked. Start telling yourself that, and you will be able to discern a wicked thought from a right thought in your head. Come on, man. It said, the wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Why is his pay still with you? He been was supposed to get this. At night, when evening coming on, there's no more work in the field, because that was the work we do.
Right.
There's no more work in the field. You can't see nothing in the field. There's no street lights. You're not in the city. I've been on farms at night and morning. You ain't gonna see nothing at night. Make sure all them animals is in and well guarded. Coyotes come out. Sometimes I'll be up at night. We have to look out for coyotes
Night out.
because they coming out.
Shift change.
What Jacob said, if anything got torn by beasts, right?
I would have lost.
How it got torn by beasts? Coyotes. Jacob up all night. I told you, I've lived on the farm. I've worked on the farm. So I know what it is to be a farmer and a herder. I don't walk and herd sheep. In my past, I've learned how to hunt deer and what to look for, what defects to look for. That's how they live. That was their regular life. That's their regular life. Every day. So a lot of it dealt with farm work. So when the man's finished stacking hay all day and he come in, you gotta give the man his 20 shekels. 20 shekels is the payment. After he coming in, you give him his 20 shekels. And he go home. Now you ain't got the 20 shekels. What are you gonna do? You ain't said, well, look, I don't have 20 shekels to stay here with me tonight. I will feed you. Blah, 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 blah. You just let him go on his own. It's not a good thing.
He told him to you walking on.
They didn't get down like that. They considered each other. Now we can't let the bro go out empty like that. So feed that man. He got family to feed. He has to provide. He was commanded by God from the day of Adam that he got to sweat. He got to work and sweat. Nothing come easy for us men no more. That's why we die before the woman. Most of the time we die before the woman. Yeah. Let's talk business now. Most men die whether they was righteous or not. We got more widows, women widows. And you have women that died before the man. Most of the women that died, it was in an accident they died, or she got sick and died, God took her. But normally the man died first.
Right. Leave it out. Leave it out.
Okay? Labor it out. No. Well, that's why our bodies are hotter than women. Naturally, our vital signs is hotter than women. God equipped us like that because of the stuff we gonna have to go through as men.
Certain things you gotta endure.
Certain things you gotta endure. Women won't understand that because they're not equipped for certain things that men are gonna go through. The same way we're not equipped to give babies. You just said it. Woman is equipped to hold a whole human being in them. How bad I used to look at my wife. I said, man, I feel sorry for you, man. I used to look at her, damn, miserable. She miserable. She hot. Her head hot, her feet cold. Can't keep nothing in. Oh, they gonna do it, but God equipment for that and all of that from the beginning. Those are the things that's gonna stay on us and we gotta deal with. That's why it's important for the man to be allowed. You are the one who run it. So everybody else in the house has to allow themselves to be subjected because he gonna get in trouble. Anything going in that house, God coming to him, even if he didn't know it. When my brother said, I said, why you did that? Oh, so I didn't know. You were supposed to know. I said, oh, shoot. Man, you know what? You're right. I ain't on my job enough. I ain't supervising. My eyes not around. I got to do some more of this now.
Go through the closet every now.
I got to do more of this now. You know, that's all that means. You say you were supposed to know. I didn't take it on. I said, oh, wow. The only way. All right, now that means I got to be hard now. I got to bear down more. Don't reject. See what happens? If I rejected what my father told me, I would never be able to get that.
You're gonna have it there.
You ain't never gonna get it.
Yeah.
Certain things you ain't gonna get at that moment because you shoot it away. It ain't coming back. Certain things, dealing with wisdom, it ain't gonna come back if you shoot it away. especially when it's coming from God, Father, and Mother. If you didn't accept it at that time, you were in trouble. And that's why you're struggling now. Because you didn't accept it.
Let's go.
It said, don't disassemble when you hear the word of God.
Let's go.
So you know what disassemble means?
Let's go.
I heard something, and in my heart, man,
Yeah, you floating it around.
I'm not even feeling this. I'm going to shut up, but matter of fact, I'm out of here where I ain't got to be subject to this.
Floated around in your mind.
That's what's been going on. Let's be truthful with ourselves. And everything I'm saying is me. Dig in your heart. You're going to see you got malice in your heart. Hate. You got hatred. You got vendettas. Covetousness.
That's the number one.
Larceny. Dig in your heart. What you do is look these words up that God talk against. And the definition will tell you, you will know if it's you when you read the definition. You will know. Automatically, because that's how the spirit works. You will know. Tongue sheet.
14, thou shalt not curse the deaf.
Don't curse the deaf. Why you messing with the deaf people, man?
Something wrong
He
with
can't hear you.
Something wrong with you. You dead. You
He
evil.
can't hear you. That's why you're doing
Yeah,
it.
you evil.
I can't see you behind me. That's why you're doing it.
Crazy.
I'm not there when you talking your junk. That's why you're doing it. That's why you're doing it. Don't curse them. Leave them alone. What you want to mess with them for? What you messing with them for? He said people who are crippled, blind, dumb, deaf. Leave them alone.
You gonna get what you want, though.
No. They ain't bothering you.
You definitely gonna get what you need.
Look. They ain't bothering you. Why you want to do that to the blind man? Why you want to trick the blind man? Because he can't see. You play trick on him. All these things are wicked. Why you want to make fun of people? Every time the guy come in here, you want to make fun of him. Everybody laugh. Maybe he's not in the mood to laugh. Okay? Maybe he's not in the mood to laugh. Maybe he's in his heart right now. And when you're dealing with this, you serious, man. You hear me, man? You serious. You don't joke too much. And you sit by yourself because you got a lot of stuff with you that you got to deal with and get out. And you don't have too much time. So I don't have time to be sitting here joking with you. Talking about everything else and other things. Really, I don't.
Right.
I don't have time to make fun of you. People die for that.
That's right.
That's why I don't tease people. He look like this, but he's this. I don't do that to people.
Yeah, Justin.
But the last time I read, somebody got no. They messed with that man about his bald head. He didn't like it, and he cursed him. It's not good to mock people. It is not good to do that. Make sport. That's what they did with Samson. That's why he did what he did. Most time when you the people that's doing that, they got killed. I told one dude, I said, yo, I don't play that joke and stuff. Come on, man. I said, look, listen, man. What you gonna do? You gonna get everybody that's laughing at me, you gonna get them all hurt.
That's right.
I'm not even gonna touch you. Everybody who laugh gonna get it. How about that? I ain't gonna do nothing to you. I'm gonna beat everybody up over here. Now you got a problem because of you. I don't play, man. What I don't do to people, don't do to me. That is godly also. What you don't like done to you, don't do to people.
Right. That's right.
You're sitting there, your neighbor. We got to start following. Look. There's a lot of commandments you ain't start doing yet. You got to do it here. There's a lot of commandments you ain't start doing. There's a lot of commandments we ain't start doing. Tongue sheet.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy El. I am El Israel.
That's the only one you fear.
Yeah.
You fear no other. You don't fear no other, man.
And if fail,
Give him that.
Don't keep his word. Don't keep his law.
You keep it. That's what'll make you keep it, because you're scared of him. You're scared of violating. I'm scared. But what I seen happen to that guy, no, I'm not doing that. I ain't stupid. I'm gonna stay in my place and shut up. That's what people need to learn now. Tamshi,
We shall do law and righteousness and judgment.
in judging a matter, I have to be right. I have to be right. I cannot be. I cannot use favoritism. It's a word. It starts with P, with a P. Partiality. I cannot be partial. What's right? My mother always said, Mikael, what's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. She said, I don't care who they are. If they are wrong, they're wrong. If they are right, they are right.
I'm not siding with you.
No, that's what she told me. Don't
I'm
side.
not siding with you.
Always side with the person that's right. Me and you could have just finished arguing. I come back on the scene, and now you arguing with him. Look, because I mean you arguing, I can't say you wrong. I can't say you wrong just because of what we had. That's how people get down.
Why you gonna be siding with somebody other than your brother? Because your brother wicked. Because you wicked, nigga.
My mother said,
That's why.
if you are wrong,
You wicked.
you are wrong.
That's why.
If you are
Get
right,
out my face.
you are right.
Stay away from me.
Doesn't have no favorites.
Stay away from me, man.
And as a teacher, in the position that I be in, people come to me people come on a block to me to solve problems. So I'm judging matters, right? I can't judge in your favor if you're wrong, man. That's all. You just got to be mad at me. I'd rather you mad at me, God mad at me. At least I know I did the right thing towards God, man. Because I get put in the position of a judge. I'll be minding my business. Yo, man, come here. Who's right? All outside, minding my business. Somebody asked me, yo, man, can you stop them? They jumping me, man. All of that. You're going to get put in the position of a judge. We don't have judges at the gates. Somebody has to be the voice of reasoning. Or does it sound judgment?
Right.
So I can't do unrighteousness in my judgment. Meaning, look, if I feel, like I said, if I feel a way about you, but in this matter here, that don't matter. My feelings don't matter. I have to start learning how these feelings here is doing too much. And it's getting me in trouble.
You get your feelings grow too easy.
You have to break your own spirit. Break your spirit so you ain't have to go around feeling that way all the time.
Your feelings grow, man. What's up with you?
Come on. This is not about feelings, man. We have to. God tell us when to have feelings and when to use it and how to use it. But He tell us when to get mad. He tell us what to hate. He tell us who to love. Don't He?
Yes, sir.
God directs our emotions.
Right.
We not directing them. He has to direct them, but we have to allow ourselves to do it. Right now, you direct it. And that's your pride, your feelings, my emotions. My pride. And that comes first. How I feel comes first before you or you or you. How I feel. Okay?
Like that, you in the wrong place.
Okay? Tongue sheet.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor. You don't honor the person of the
Now, you poor. You violate. Don't change nothing. You a mighty dude. Strong. You rich. And you got a lot of people on you. Don't change nothing. You're right by God. You're right. If you're wrong by God's law, you're wrong. God don't care if you're white, black, fat, short, skinny, okay, rich, poor, yellow, whatever. Man, woman, child, you don't care. If you are wrong, you're all wrong. There's no in-betweens. There's no excuse or justifications. Okay? He said, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. So that's for the person that says who's right or who's wrong. I have to judge this matter correctly. All right?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Everything else You want to bring up the past, you want to bring up the future. That's you not accepting what I'm doing that God said. It said, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Rock Hill. You're spreading a rumor. You're spreading a story. You're spreading something that's not true. It didn't happen. Or, all right, look. I didn't say that part. You lied still. You didn't tell the whole truth, so you lied. Okay? You gotta say what happened, man. Stick to the story. And if you wasn't there, you got nothing to say.
There you go. Lying with
You wasn't there, man.
Lying
Why every
with
time people that weren't there got more to say than the person that was there? All this is wickedness.
I heard.
Nah. There's other things going on, man. People be having grudges. Be holding grudges for years, man. Vendettas, all types of stuff, man. Hate. So one little, this here turn into, you open it up now. You can't serve God like this. Tom sheet.
When in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Now that shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am Israel.
Now, it's me standing against the blood of my neighbor, of my brother, meaning I allowed him to die. I allowed him to get touched. That's what it means. Okay? It means I stood by and allowed him to get ran down on. I allowed violence to happen. That's what it means. Okay? When I stand against the blood of my neighbor or my brother. Other than that, you're wrong. Did anybody try to kill you? Did anybody do any injustice to you? Did anybody do anything to you? Okay then. So it shouldn't be a problem. Best believe, ain't nobody gonna do no harm to none of my brothers in front of me.
No.
That's how I stand against my brother's blood.
That's right.
When I allow somebody to do something harm to him,
Crazy.
let's get these things correct. All right? Can I go steal from the heathen?
No.
They're the heathen. They don't serve God. Is it good for me to steal from them?
No,
sir.
So you just corrected me. See? You said, no, it's not good. But they're the heathen. But it's still not right. Right or wrong? Somebody got to tell you something. Come sheet.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Don't hate him in his heart, man. We all had disagreements.
Yeah.
We're men. There's one in there that said, man, there could be a controversy and men get into it. Right or wrong?
Absolutely.
What happens? We all don't agree on the same thing at the same time. But limit your anger. Limit your malice. Limit the threats.
Don't bend it all like that. You know?
You're supposed to be pursuing peace. Sometimes it's good. You know what? You walk away.
Right.
Sometimes it's good. Walk away. Some cooler heads can prevail. You know what that means? Go cool down. Come back. Because this is ugly. Okay? He said, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. You're the last person I hate. Get on my nerves.
Okay.
Oh, man. Yeah. I don't hate you, man. I don't want you to hate me.
It's all love.
And I ain't trying to do nothing for you to make you hate me.
It's all love.
And you should be doing nothing to make me hate you.
Weirdos, man.
That's the heart we're supposed to be having, man.
Weirdos.
God ain't gonna bless people that got it in for each other every little minute.
That's right.
Or things I won't let go. That
Weirdos.
didn't even happen.
The Holy Spirit,
Weirdo.
the Holy Spirit of discipline, free to see.
He
Weirdos.
said, thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor. You can't do that.
No. Can't do that.
God told me to rebuke my neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
I can't rebuke you, but you can rebuke me. That's what's going on there. And not suffer sin upon them. Because see, the thing is, you're not supposed to get upset. I'm not supposed to come at you upset. I'm supposed to come at you upset. And you're supposed to accept what I'm saying because God, it's about God, man. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. I'm just doing my job so I don't get counted in yours. But instead, I go over here and I talk about it. I go over here and I talk about it. I don't come and tell you nothing. You love me, but you never came and said what you thought about me. Maybe you got it wrong. Maybe you think it's this way. You never came and cleared it with me. But you went over there, and you went over here, and you even went to the foreigners. You even went to the foreigners.
5 niggas a day like you.
And that makes you look weak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, to the heathen, that makes you look weak. They won't even do that. Yo, when we start doing things, the heathen look at us and shake their head. You're in a bad position, man. Awful position. Bad position, man. We're not there at all. Everybody think they're there, but they accomplished something.
Word.
Word. Just pipe down, man.
Right down.
It's a lot of work to do.
Word.
It's a lot of work. We learned today about a lot what's going on in our hearts today, right or wrong, y'all. We learned about a lot of stuff here. Situations and matters and how we handle them and how we come at each other. And it comes from the law, man. It comes from the law. Most of these laws are about how we treat each other. Remember that. Remember that. It said concerning his neighbor. These laws are concerning how I deal with my neighbor.
Do it like that.
You don't need to hold Shabbat teachings, man.
Where I'm at.
18.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
I'm supposed to love my neighbor as myself. I ain't doing that though. I'm violating when I do that. I'm supposed to love you the same way I love me. If I like lasagna, I'm making sure you got lasagna.
Facts.
That's how deep it go. We ain't together, man. It's ugly before God, man.
Straight up.
If he say unity is beautiful, and he compare it, this is metaphor, he compare it to the oil, the consecrating oil that ran down Aaron's beard. He had a beard, all right? Make note of that. It wasn't shaved off, and it dripped. It dripped on the skirts of his garment, not his suit or his blazer. That's what he had on, a robe. That's what they wore, robes. He said it's beautiful like that. It was a beautiful thing when the high priest got consecrated to God. He said that's how unity, that's how it is when you guys think it's one. And you guys agree as one. And you guys can keep each other correct. That's what unity is. It ain't just getting together, beating people up.
Yeah.
All right? Come sheet.
We shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Thou shalt a garment mingled of linen and wool and come upon thee.
All of this is hybrid. Hybrid. Taking the seeds, splicing them, planting them together.
50-50.
Garments that are made of 75% cotton and the rest is something else. That's mixed. Okay? Getting your cattle, just letting all your cattle, different kinds of cattle. Letting the sheep, lamb, and the ox and the goat, they all in one pen. They do that today.
Crazy.
They let different animals of different kinds, subspecies, meaning
Living
the
on
horse and the lion have sex now.
1/4.
What comes from that is an abomination. You can't create what God already created. You can't make a new creation. God didn't miss nothing about some liger.
We're gonna make a light.
They made a lion and a tiger mate. Now you got a liger. That's an abomination. And you know that's not a healthy animal. It's so big they die quick.
Yeah, nigga, he got too much going on. You don't know what he want to be.
God made everything. That's why he said don't mix. In chemistry, can you mix certain things together? No, it's gonna blow up. That's the blower. That's what you get.
It's gonna blow up.
It's gonna blow up. God is the top chemist. He's the top lab. He's the scientist. He's the doctor. Yeah, they made a lion and a tiger, and it's called a liger.
Nigga dumb big.
And the Lord says that the animals have their own boundaries.
They own
Yeah,
quarters.
boundaries.
They had mixed the animals.
Nah, you
Yeah.
can't.
They had their own
See?
boundaries.
They're in captivity then.
Because once you let them live together,
They
they
gonna
gonna
do what they supposed to do.
They gonna
They,
jump
gonna,
on
they,
each
they don't
other.
know the difference. They don't know that's not this
They
kind.
gonna jump
You
on
gonna
each
say, oh,
other.
this is a female, whatever.
What's the
it
first thing they do? They smell that part.
Yep.
They're in heat.
Oh, it's
is.
female.
Oh, it's a go.
And then you see
It's a
action.
female, it's a go.
But we can't have this going on with two different kinds of animals.
Right.
How y'all don't know? How y'all don't know they selling that type of meat in them stores? The people eating meat and all that, going to the fast food restaurants, the halal. Oh, it's good to eat halal. How you don't know? You eating liger.
I allow Buster move.
How you don't know? You eating an abominable, it ain't even a cow no more. Because they say they're running out. So they making stuff. And they gotta breed hybrids to keep feeding people, to keep money coming. Or else McDonald's going down. Dunkin' Donuts going down. All the franchises gonna go down. You don't even know what you eating out
Yeah,
there.
the Buster moves in the basement.
Told you, man, last week they be having recalls on the beef.
All them fast food
Recall.
joints.
Nigga, like they said this wrong.
How
Call
do you
it
even
back.
All
know?
them fast food
Do you
joints.
really know what animal that meat came from? Because you could take any type of meat, any animal meat, and shred it and look like ground beef.
Put it in a plastic case.
You can take rabbit. You can take rabbit, and after you skin them and chop them up,
Yeah.
just like chicken.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
All the niggas
The
look like
rabbit
chicken,
leg,
you
that
take the
leg
skin
that he jumped, you pop that leg off, skin it, it's gonna look like a drumstick.
off. Take the hoof
I'm
off.
deadly
Take the
serious.
hoof
It
off.
looks just like a drumstick.
You
think
be
they're
having
gonna say,
them
"Oh, man, we
vacuum
ran out of-"
sealed.
The one man said, he said, "Damn, man, how did he get? That's a lot of chicken. That's a lot of chicken,
Had them
man.
niggas vacuum sealed the
The
basement.
whole world gave me a restaurant, store, grocery store,
Bodega.
bodega, diner. Everybody got this.
Thought it was a shortage.
Some
Don't look like in China.
In England,
I don't need that stuff.
a McDonald's got shut down. This was like 2-3 years ago because they found out they was using horse meat.
They have good cases over here in the U.S.
Yeah, nigga using humans.
Over here in the U.S.
These are confirmed cases. That Big Mac,
That got out.
that Big Mac, that's horse
Cat
meat.
got out the bag for real.
You eating stallions,
It's good
you
like
eating herbs,
it's good like that.
you eating hoof.
It's good like
Something.
Look, even with the blood and the fat out. That's an abomination. You really don't know where they get this flesh from. They in the lab, they take a
Piece of
blood sample
morphed it.
of a dead
Morphed
animal
the nigga.
and put something else in it. We don't know what
And
that
it
is. And then they spin. And before 5 minutes, you got ground beef.
A lot
I
of
said,
it.
yo, man.
Then they got a special.
Yo, man. Yo. Leave it alone, y'all.
Look.
Before your stomach get caught up, you're gonna eat something that needs to be recalled.
Look.
The Mickey D
Look.
special.
Yeah.
Look. Leave the rice and beans alone in regular restaurants.
Leave that alone. Make your own rice and beans.
Different level.
Those people eat abomination.
Different level.
They eat unclean.
I'm about to say,
You don't know what they're really putting in those beans and rice. Look, beans and rice for the heathen is unclean and abomination for us. You know what, guys, when I was in jail, you know what they put in their beans and rice? Octopus, squid.
Calamari.
Right.
But he ain't gonna say that. He gonna say, "Oh, I got beans and rice right here." When he give it to you, you gonna say, "What's this stuff in here, man? What's this black thing?" Oh, that's cuttlefish in his ink.
What?
Beans and rice. You gotta make your own beans and rice.
Right.
After a while, you got to make your own bread. Learn how to bake. Learn how to sew. We ain't got nobody that does circumcision. I was thinking about that this week. Damn, boy.
Hey, look. Look at the
Lady-
same
lady-
thing.
listen.
The only person I trust.
Lady passed away.
And she's retired. Hard to get to
Watch. Look at
it. On the way out.
Watch.
Who's operating now is not correct.
Sew my own clothes.
You see what's going on, man?
Baruch came under her, but you know,
No, I have to see it. The way I see her done,
Yeah.
I've seen my nephews and my sons
Well, now,
in that kitchen.
yeah. You can
Okay?
find people, but they ain't
That's
gonna
how
be
I know you know how to do it. Other than that, you gotta go to the doctor.
You can find professionals that you can pay, but they ain't gonna be Israel.
And don't make nobody look. See, look too. The circumcision is just
out here.
a cutting of the flesh,
Right.
of the foreskin.
Right.
You don't have to make a prayer. You don't have to say a prayer to God while you're doing it. Because this is what Israelites used to do. And I used to tell them, look, what we told
Stand
them,
over the bed
don't
and
pray.
pray.
We told them,
pray.
don't say no
Speak.
prayer.
Don't say no prayer.
Let her cut.
You just cut.
We don't even need you here, bro. Come in here and drink wine. You overdoing it. You're being over holy. You're adding on. That's what happens when we do things that God didn't say you had to do. He said, cut it. You think he said a prayer when he was sitting on that hill, cutting all them children of Israel, Joshua?
No.
Because the people, remember you said earlier, right? He said he killed off everybody from what? 20 up?
That's right.
No, no.
That's right.
They didn't circumcise their children.
Joshua's getting busy, boy.
So then you see the mentality of all the ones that God killed in the wilderness. He said, look, you see all the ones that I killed in the wilderness,
Yeah.
okay, is because they went against. He said, the only ones that's here are you guys that cleaved and stuck to me.
Yeah.
And they had to get circumcised before they went into the land. Joshua had to sit down all day. So you think he was praying?
No.
Who gonna pray that long? His blood is you know, man, is whipping out now. Ain't no praying going on, man.
No.
Not when that's happening.
The ante
Not
is
when,
up.
yeah, man, not when that's out. You don't pray. Losing, that's losing. It's real easy to go into devilism, y'all. People pray the devil naked.
Right.
Those acts, see, that's what happened when you go too far, man. All you gotta do is just cut it. You got Israelites want to pray. They want to make a big thing. Why don't we have the circumcision? And that's it, man.
You not
And
realize
let's
the
drink
main
some
thing
wine,
is out.
man. It's out. It's
out.
out.
What
It's
you
in
doing
view.
praying? What you
You
doing?
can't pray to God like that.
No.
With the man or the kid getting this thing done. Let's think about these things, man. Let's really think. You're far from what you think you know, man.
Yeah. That's right.
Read, man. You only gonna get to see and question these things and see. You gotta read. I read. When I'm by myself, I read. Then I watch other things. And then I'm always in a conversation about book. I'm always in a conversation about the book. Outside and in. That's how you keep your head on point. And that's how you stay grounded. And that's when you hear people say and do certain things, you ain't even got to think about it. You already know. I know what that. The origin of that is this, that, and the third. You got to keep your mind on point,
Base your
man.
life around God.
Keep your minds on point.
Going.
I'm on point when I'm by myself. So it's not until you come around.
And unless you're talking about God, you took me off now.
Yeah.
You don't think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
When you do think, somebody come to distract you.
Levels.
Don't allow that to go down. Distractions gonna always come.
Levels.
There is a challenge going on.
Yeah.
You think it's stop with Job?
Yeah.
Nobody's at Job level. Trying to get at least halfway there. And that's a struggle. Hey, he ain't even look. Man, I'm not even letting nobody get to that level because then he gonna have the hedge around him. I can't have nobody here with a hedge. I want to get to you, me. I want to get to everybody anytime I can, anyhow, for any little petty reason. We don't have the hedge around, so you got to be careful, man. Time sheet.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to a husband, and not at all redeemed.
Betrothed means she's been engaged, promised to. When a woman is engaged, she still can't go outside that engagement and lie with no other man. They said, well, no, I don't want to be engaged. You can't break that. We can't break it. When they're in here, you can't break the arrangements.
No.
The only one that can break the arrangement is who, y'all? The Father, Abba.
Bad time, boy. Bad.
Once he set that up, you got to go ahead with that. They didn't go there. Yo, these are honorable people, man. They are honorable people. Y'all don't even know where honor begins, man. Because see, they honor their mother and father so much that they'll trust their judgment on marriage. That's why they picked their wives and their husbands for them. Yeah, and that part of the culture is still being practiced in a lot of different countries. That's where they got it from. Tumshi.
Betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed for freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death.
In the Hebrew, it says inquisition shall be made. It doesn't say she shall be scourged. You got to do sometimes you got to, with certain situations, you have to ask questions. You can't just run off with what you're hearing. You got to ask questions, and you should interrogate. So you make sure you are on the side. You are picking and you're siding with what or who is right.
Murdering nobody.
That's how it goes. Because now, as time went on, you got liars, you got people who make up stories, that change stories, they do all that. We had two witnesses that lied on the woman. If it wasn't for the Spirit of God jumping on Daniel, they'd have killed her. Yep. They lied on her, right? And said that she was trying to lie down with them. But in reality, they was trying to lie down with her.
Yep. They'd have been murdered.
If it wasn't for the Spirit of the Lord jumping on Daniel and saying, I'm exempt from the blood of this woman.
Me, this. Not me.
Leave me out of this, man. That's your decision. They said, what do you mean? Because see, everybody agreed on one thing all the time. It was always an agreement. When he said that, he said, man, separate the guys. That's why the police do it. That's why when you're a co-defendant, they separate the co-defendants. They don't want y'all to get y'all story
that
straight.
story
Look,
match.
dudes be in that bullpen getting their
Trying
lives
to get that story. Trying to get that story together, son.
You can't go up in that courtroom lying. You can't do that. Until you have to take that charge, man. I can't come to court and lie for you.
Nah. It ain't gonna work out in there. Boy, they got away. They got away and figured it out. Oh, this nigga lying. His story ain't that enough. They got two different stories.
God. And with that, please keep the rest of the Shabbat day peaceful. Keep it on God. Shalom Aleichem.
My woman watching.